Yes.
1, 2, 1, 2. Good evening, everyone. Today is August 3rd, 6 p.m. Our meeting will begin. This is a special meeting. Can we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Brusher.
Yes.
Councilmember Dima. Here. Councilmember Kentos.
Here.
Councilmember Patel.
Here.
Councilmember Patil.
Here.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Here.
Council President Coyle.
Here. Adequate notice.
Adequate notice of this meeting as required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975 has been provided by a special notice posted to the Township website on July 30th, 2026, and posted in the main lobby of the municipal complex on that same date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Councilmember, for joining us, and thank you, residents who are here today. For those who are attending for the first time, welcome. You may follow along the agenda provided at the back table. You will have 4 minutes to speak during public comment on the resolutions only and oral petition remarks portion of the agenda. If you're watching from home, please visit edisonnj.gov, click on Departments, then Council, then select Agenda. You can also follow along for the meeting. If you have any further questions, you're more welcome to email me at jcoyle@edisonnj.gov. Thank you all for joining us. As you know, today's is the budget day for us to vote on the budget. I assume that's why most of us are here today. We're going to do our best to answer all your questions when we get to public comments. You're welcome to speak for 4 minutes, as you know. And if each one of you choose to speak, you can. If you have a representative that wants to speak for your union, that is perfectly fine. That's up to you. But in no way are we saying that you cannot speak. So if you choose to, please do so. The deputy clerk will look out in the hallway and call our last round for public comments, and then we'll move to a vote. So I just ask that you not repeat the same questions if you can, as a courtesy that we move the meeting along. Okay, thank you very much. So today we have the 2026, item 5, the 2026 calendar year budget and solid waste budget A, B, and C.
Count. This is for public comment now.
Adoption of the
So, Council President, there is just to add to your comments, there are a number of places for the public to speak. There's a separate public hearing on the budget. Before we adopt the budget, the appropriate order would be the Resolution 436-07-2026, which is the amendment that contains the corrections from the Department of Community Affairs. Is that correct? Yes. So the order of business, therefore, is the adoption of the resolution with the DCA amendments, and then the public hearing on the budget as adopted by the DCA amendments.
Okay. So first, we're going to hear a motion to approve the amendments of A that we discussed in the last meeting. Have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve
Have a
the
second.
amendment.
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Brusher.
No.
Councilmember Dima.
Yes.
Councilmember Kentos.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Coyle.
Yes. Now we're getting to the adoption of the budget. It's B is a public hearing and final adoption of the budget. We're going to open up to the public for public comment. Please, if there's a line can be formed behind the gentleman in the green shirt right there. I'm pointing to you. I'm just using you as a person. I apologize. Anybody wants to line up behind him and he would like to have an open public comment, please come to the podium. And Madam Clerk, can you have our deputy go outside just to make sure if there's anybody in the hallway that we can call in case it comes to a quick? Yes, welcome.
Thank you, Council President. Before I begin, is it okay just to hand my questions to the deputy clerk?
Sure.
Just so you guys have.
Jess, grab his question.
I got a chance to speak at the last meeting. I might have known to do that this time.
I think I got a brand new microphone. I feel like I'm in church.
All right. Thank you, Council President. John Pointer, Roosevelt Boulevard.
Welcome.
Thank you. Questions that I have. First, sheet 10 has $5 million in revenue allocated from the utility operating surplus. How much of that surplus remains? And if you can give me a percentage, I would prefer that. And is this surplus from fees collected by the Water and Sewer Department, or is it something different? If it is by chance from the Water and Sewer Department, it would be my preference that those funds are allocated to those departments and not part of the general ledger. Question in regards to the Recreation Department. We have a new program for the summer camp at the Edison Sports Complex. Since we didn't have that program last year, does this budget contain any revenue that the township would see from that program currently coming or currently in progress? Because if it's not accounted for, that's additional revenue that we should expect once everything happens, right? And my understanding is that if it wasn't in the budget last year, you can't allocate it for it this year. Bonding. The budget shows for approximately $25 million or so in bonding for this year. First, can you describe the three main projects that the bonds will figure to be funded? And second, if all the bonds are approved, can you give me what the bond valuation ratio would be after that approval? So right now, we're at about 1% compared to our tax base. That was the level that I was comfortable when I was up in your position. I think going above that is a little bit of a slippery slope. Surplus. A question that I asked when I was in your position last year was, is the surplus going to be replenished to the same degree that it was the previous year? We had $19 million in the surplus at the end of 2024. We had $15 million at the end of 2025. So at the minimum, are we confident that the surplus is going to be about $15 million at the end of 2026? And then as a general comment, if the council is going to up its salary, don't do it separately, have it accounted for in the budget so that it is before us straight from the get-go. If you're able to answer now, I'd appreciate it, and I wrote down the questions just in case.
You have 50 seconds left. Do you want to add any other questions?
Let's see. No, I'll...
Okay. We'll start from the beginning. Sonia, did you receive a copy of the questions? Okay. Do you want to start in order?
Council President, the $5 million for utility surplus anticipated in the budget comes from the sewer utility. After the $5 million, we will have just under $15 million remaining, and we are confident that the sewer utility this year will again be self-liquidating, and therefore we anticipate the level of fund balance to remain at least at around $15 million.
Thank you.
The second question regarding the programming, it is not in the budget. We can't necessarily put that into the budget to anticipate it, being that it's a new program, but we will certainly account for it for next year's budget. Your bonding projects, that would be up again on another agenda with the council. So most of the projects you're looking at are streets, road resurfacing, and public works projects. And then our surplus replenishment, I'll just yield to Mr. Roberts.
We anticipate the results from operation being consistent with what we had in 2025 and don't anticipate any major problems. Again, we structured this budget so that we try to maintain financial equilibrium so that we do not have big problems going into the 2027 budget.
Thank you, Council
you.
President.
Thank you. Please come forward. Any public comments?
Thomas Leckie, Netherwood Circle.
Welcome.
I have comments, concerns about the present budget versus future budgets, and it's just the proper time to talk about it. Tell me when I'm out of line. But I believe that the township needs to urgently reduce their spending. From my perspective, the town is out of control and spending taxpayers' money at an uncontrollable pace. Additionally, funded expenses are overspent as reflected in the sports facility. Originally budgeted for 5, turns out to be it's 17, 18 million. The town can only go to the well so long before the well runs dry. I realize costs are rising, but the township needs to develop some out-of-the-box ideas on how to curtail expenses, such as combining common services with the Board of Ed and possibly other county municipalities. We too, as residents, are facing huge increases in our bills, but we need to work within the monies we get to balance our budget. The township needs to follow suit. Recently, I received my senior freeze, which equated to 2 weeks against my estimated tax increase, which I think is horrible. The budget debacle, as you had called it the last meeting, needs to be corrected and corrected immediately. I realize there are 4 council seats up for re-election this November, but you need to act now to prevent what happened this year from repeating itself next year. The town needs to develop or amend its resolution. I'm not privy to how it's done, and submit its budget. What I would propose is listing the required budget meetings and stick to it. After introduction, mandatory meetings need to be attended by all council members, mayor, BA, and township supervisors as applicable to review all budget line items. If a line item is unknown at the time or unavailable, it can be left open till the information is available, and then a final mandatory meeting needs to be presented to all in attendance. The budget needs to be developed into what I believe, in simple terms, 3 categories. Mandatory expenses, that's your police, your fire, your DPW, your municipal utilities, et cetera. Needed but not urgent, nice to have. Based on required expenses, if monies are still available, then costs associated with needed but not urgent items can be budgeted, and then only then the nice to have items are included only when monies are available. Don't keep on raising the bottom line. It may be necessary to reduce activities items as they are not core needs to the operation of the township, as what the Board of Ed had proposed to the presidents. Unforeseen costs, as noted this year, snowstorms and fuel costs, I don't know how they're paid, but should be paid from what I call the contingency account and not included in the following year's budget's line items. These costs may not be annual costs and should not be treated as one. In closing, Edison needs to rein in its costs and not overtax their residents. I look forward to a smoother budget cycle next year. You can't have this shit show as it was described last meeting. Thank you.
Council President.
Thank you. Just as a courtesy, he has 16 seconds left. Did you want to speak, have any more questions or comments?
Oh, I got no more.
It says, as a courtesy, if the council can wait until we're done with the public portion for questions, that would just be a request. It's not mandatory. If you choose to override my request, that's up to you. But if we can wait to the end, I don't think we're going to have as many.
It's related to what the speaker spoke, so I would like to ask a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Not to speaker. So related to what this gentleman said, question for the administration. Contingency for the storms. What is the exact number we had this year in this year's budget, and what is the dollar amount for next year for the storm? That includes snowstorm and all the other windstorms, hailstorms, the thunderstorms, everything.
So you're referring to,
In the upcoming budget, is it 500,000?
so that all depends. I mean, we have allocated in our line items on our operating account typically what we do on a day-to-day. We can't predict what the storms may, of course, bring us, but just, for example, the last beginning of the year, we had 3 storms, so you're looking about $1 million worth of storm recovery. So again, it all depends because some of that stuff could be FEMA reimbursable, which is about 70%. So it's within the budget. If you're asking for a specific line item, what we would...
Compared to this year's budget, how much more are we allocating for next year? Because we have seen significant storms this year, significant difference. So how much more are we allocating? I should have specified that clearly earlier.
So what we've more or less have seen is about $1 million just currently now, but you're getting into hurricane season, so I can't predict what that may or may not look like. I have our Public Works Director here who can provide you with a number if you're looking for a specific number as far as a line item for recovery.
Yeah, it couldn't be a rough number.
Mr. Costa? Council President, is that okay?
I'd prefer him not to speak. Councilman, I just don't want to be, we'd be holding a crystal ball to what he would feel the weather may be or not be tomorrow. I mean, I just think what she
I don't have to have that information now.
Are you okay with that?
I can get the information later, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
That's cool.
Good, thank you. All right, moving forward. Sure, please come forward.
Margot Harris, 43 Oak Hills Road. Quick question. This has to do with the Cultural Arts Commission, and we are wondering, where do we fall in the budget? We don't have a line item, if I'm correct. We don't have a line item for ourselves. Do we fall under recreation? Can you clarify?
So last year's discussion around the Cultural Arts Commission was that a trust would be set up, which we did, and there would be some sort of events or fundraising that the commission themselves would be able to do during that time. So I don't know what kind of activity has taken place since then, but there is a trust account open. Right now, there is no funding in there other than it being set up in the event that there's funding to come.
Will it be possible going forward that we can get a specific cutout line item for ourselves? We would love to be doing a lot more than what we're doing, but we really are limited. And so it would be great if there could be a line item put in there for us. Is that possible going forward?
Ms. Harris, if you don't mind, you have 2.5 minutes left. Could you finish all your questions?
That's my question.
This last one? Okay,
Yeah.
great. Could you answer, please?
So, Council President, I would typically, it would run through a trust account. I don't know that the council at this point, being that it's within the council's purview to change or review the budget altogether, that you would add a line item for that.
I think it's a great idea, Ms. Harris, that we move forward. Unfortunately, I just don't know where the money's coming from. I hope through grants it comes, and at that time I'd have more information, but I just don't have that today.
Yeah, we are, and I think I'm speaking on behalf of my fellow members who are here, we're just all dressed up with really very little place to go. And so much of that has to do with the lack of funding. And yeah, there are things we could do. There are various small item kinds of fundraisers we can do, but without help from the outside, we're really kind of strapped. So I'm hoping we can continue this discussion going forward. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Please come. Next speaker.
Good evening.
Yes.
My name is Kulbinder Dhamija.
Welcome.
10 Sturgis Road. Can I ask you a question? What is the purpose of this meeting? How do you set the agenda for this meeting? And what's the process? Okay, I got. What's the process for which you follow to come for these meetings? Who sets the agenda, and how do you go about doing it?
So this meeting, sir, is simply a meeting that was canceled because there wasn't a quorum. So the agenda for that meeting was just made a special meeting for tonight. So it's the exact same agenda that was set. And actually, before this meeting agenda was set, there was actually a workshop session that council went through and went over the agenda. There are
Okay,
I
thank you.
believe
One sec.
I believe that there are 3 items on that were not on that were added. One has to do
Please,
with a...
please hold.
Let
Can
him
you stop the time? Is my time being used for his answer?
Sir, so yeah, you could do one of two things, sir. We normally have you ask all your questions, and when you're finished in 4 minutes, we answer your questions.
Okay, fine.
So if you'd prefer, I'd prefer that.
Sure.
But for this first question, I allowed it because you were asking the procedure. So the procedure right now is we have a budget in front of you as a resident, and you can make comments on right now.
Okay, sure. I'll go ahead with my question now.
So point of order, stop the
point of
clock,
order.
please.
Yeah,
Stop the
yeah,
clock.
Council President, can we give him back 30 seconds? I mean,
Yeah, my time is going.
It's fine,
I
not a
want to stop
problem.
the
we're
clock.
going to give you time back,
Start
sir.
at the 3
Sir, I'm
minutes.
going to give you time back.
Sorry, 3 minutes, no problem. Moving forward, please ask all your questions, and we'll answer them when you're finished with your 4 minutes.
Sure.
What questions do you have, sir?
Yeah, so first question is about the agenda. Is it the council? What is the process of coming to agenda? Not this meeting, in general. The council decides what's going to be discussed in the agenda, and what's the process of getting all the points? You have 40 points in the agenda. Who gives you those points? Are they coming from you or from the administration? That is one. Second is about the budget process. What is the budget process? What's the role of council and the mayor or administration? So how they come about, and I have coming here for last 3 months. I couldn't make out what it is. And the next question is, do you have the power to take out some line items? Can you tell them, especially for the easy pass? I saw a lot of questions. Can you say no easy pass for you, for the township employees? Only the police and the fire vehicles, they have an easy pass. Rest use their own easy pass. And they claim if it is legitimate claim. That's one. Second thing, for overtime, can you say zero overtime? Does the council has the power, authority to tell the township, the administration, whatever the terminology is, hey, you don't get overtime next year or this year. What you got, you got. And other item like with training. Training, why do people have to go for training somewhere? You train from your computers. Technology has improved so much. On your desk, you can do all the training. No need to go anywhere. If someone doesn't know how to do it, I will help them out. So there are a couple of questions like this, Does the council has the power to stall Township? Hey, no money for this. At the same time, you can have some funds set aside with the mayor and the council, which can be given out. Could be 5 million, 10 million, whatever it is. And I have one more item about the vendors. See, when we are proposing something like a resolution, especially for copier, for making a ramp for seniors. Now, after a year, they say, oh, we need more money. Oh, something happens and we need to extend. Torch center going on for indefinitely. I don't know how many years it takes. I keep saying, I go for a walk, I live in the area. So is there a control on that? To me, what can be done is, any employee, head of department, whatever you call them, when they give a proposal, they sign off. This price will not increase, the timeline won't increase. Can council control that? These are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Your time is up.
Yeah.
This is the 30 seconds. This is your extra 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds more. Continue.
No, it's okay. I've given the gist. I have a lot of points I can make. I don't want to use more time of the council or the residents here. I've conveyed my thoughts. I can sit with the department. I have time. I don't work. I have all the time. I can sit with the department, work with them free of cost. I can make it do, but that will come as a cost. Thank you.
Your time is up. Sir, first, you asked about the council process. As I mentioned, this is a public hearing for final adoption of the budget. The budget was given to the council more than 90 days ago. It's our budget. You asked about line items on the budget. We basically authorize spending for the mayor. Everything we do is authorized by us, which is why the government last month had a problem, because we authorize spending. So every dollar that comes through this is on a spending list, which is on the back table, and it's in the budget. We decide on that. So yes, any item can be removed from here by a council member. It's our spending item. As far as overtime, overtime is contractually by, written contract with each department. So we cannot control overtime. It's based, on the accountability and the need for that job at that particular time and circumstances that we can't control. Right, and last, as far as, training, I would object to ever not giving our men and women enough training. I mean, I don't think training is ever enough, but we're also in compliance to make sure they are trained and they're prepared. So these are things you just can't strike from the agenda and the line item, because it's also contractually, we're obligated to make sure our men and women are trained. So I hope that helped you. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle.
Welcome.
I excuse myself for being late to the show, but sad to say, while I was away, I tried watching YouTube and I tried looking at the municipal budget as best as I could, which is truly sad, according to my husband. But the thing that bothers me the most is that from the very beginning, everything was in question. Public and obviously some of the council were unaware what was in the budget. And still to the other day, reading what was on your website regarding the budget, it was as clear as mud. Other expenses, $11 million. Well, what does that represent? And other expenses there that I truly did not understand. And I know, Mr. Coyle, you're going to say, well, it's always been done that way. Well, always done that way is not acceptable. And to fill this room with employees and to basically tell them they may lose their job and be furloughed was a sin, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves, because it's your fault. Well, maybe not your fault fully, but it's the administration's fault for doing everything haphazardly. And to boot, I wanted to be the right citizen and go pay my taxes. Well, guess what? I don't have a tax bill. And when I called, they said, well, you can go on to the website and get your tax bill. Well, there's a flat number with no explanation, which is part of the cost, part of the core of what we're dealing with this year. What am I supposed to pay? Oh yeah, there's a fee with a few $100s more than I paid last year. What does that represent? What went up? I know the Board of Ed went up. I'm sure yours went up, but by how much and why? When you look at the budget for an explanation, I still don't see it. I don't understand why we can't have an open hearing to find out what we're spending our money on. I believe we should have an open hearing so that the employees know where they stand, that they don't have to come here one night and basically plead for their jobs. Would you like to? You're telling them they're being furloughed and they're not being paid. Are you guys being paid? Is the mayor being furloughed? To go along with it, it should be across the board. Yes, emergency personnel were not furloughed, but how many people had that over their heads? And why? Because the inefficiency in the administration to follow the rules. I would like a better explanation of our budget. I went to the back. It's this thick. I'm sure you don't want me to take that home. But we need to get ourselves back in the right order of doing things. We're talking about a lot of money. On my street, there's a big hole in the street. Well, I can't ask anybody if they're still furloughed. I wouldn't even know who to ask. But it's sad because we're in so much turmoil, and we shouldn't be. We have great people working for us, but we're not being utilized correctly so that the whole township is satisfied with the workings of our township. And I'll give you 22 seconds.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Gracia Freeman, Edison, New Jersey. First of all,
welcome.
How you doing? First of all, I could tell Councilman Brescher, Councilman Patil and them, you can't beat the mayor because he owns the TV station, he owns the tax, the mail that I get from the mail, every form of media that to stir the town up, he owns it. So you can't get, there's never two sides to any story here. So that's why it's an embarrassment when we go on television and you were supposed to have the meeting on Wednesday night. So how would you furlough that morning? How did you not budget up to that day? So everybody knows, they think it's the most silliest thing you did in order to get everybody out and get everybody hepped up with this budget. But I know about the budget because most of the people are in it for me. You know why they're in it for me? Because I'll be at these council meetings. I don't see these people. Nobody comes out until it hurts their pocketbook. That's the only time they come out. Now, about the budget amendment and stuff, like, do you know how much pork is in that budget? You guys ain't not really cutting the real pork in there. I know they talk about the cars and they talk about the Easy Pass and all that. You know, I got an Easy Pass the other day. You know, so it's easy to get Easy Pass. It's not that hard. But if you only know about the rest of that pork in there, so somebody asked me, well, how did they get $110,000 for the Grove? I told them it's all under the umbrella. Stuff is under the umbrella, and you have all these little things inside. When you put the umbrella of the recreation department, then you do all these little sneaky things with it. That's what I'm disappointed with. And the most thing I'm disappointed with is how everybody screamed and everybody was yelling. Everybody's at the board of ed meeting screaming about the money there. Well, you didn't have time to study your budget and how much money you were wasting, how many things that you were doing with money that's unnecessary. And I know we'll have they have one of them house music dances. How much that's gonna cost? You know, anything for publicity, all right? And I resent the fact that I'm paying for the publicity. I'm paying for it. That's something fat that should be cut out of there, all right? Now, nobody has a problem with people's money and what they should have, but, you know, people open up contracts and they give them extra more money for overtime. They open up contracts. They open up contracts to what they want to open up contracts to, okay? But I know 3 little boys, Don Ship's boys, they not in, I guess that don't matter to people. They say they care about kids, but they don't. But they don't care about their health. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Bimal Joshi, 11 Myrtle Street. Committeeman from...
Welcome. Welcome, sir.
Okay. Committeeman from District 22 and chairman of EDO, Edison Democratic Organization. Council President, I have a very quick question to you, okay? When there was no meeting and next day morning, what was the date? Yeah, July 23, you called me at, what was that? Yeah, you called me at 10:36. We spoke about 48 minutes, okay? We spoke about 48 minutes and we discussed a lot of issues, and it was you who told me on the phone, yes, you can do it. Okay, it was you who told me, said that, yes, I'll do this, that, and all, I will do it. Now, you got the, number one, you said council got budget for 90 days. No, it was not 90 days, it's only 72 days, okay? And from May 20th till today, how many council members you discussed with about this budget or on the line item, what you can do?
I'm sorry, you have 2 minutes and 44 seconds
Yes,
left.
I'll go.
We'll
I'll
wait
go
for you to
forward.
finish.
I'll definitely go forward.
We'll wait for your time to be up first.
You know, it doesn't look nice. It doesn't look nice on a town like Edison. You know, the 6th largest town, and when we have to put up the truck outside and we have to do this, these are the elected people. You should have talked to them. You should have spent little time with them, which you did not. And then next day, you got your appropriation money and you said, no, now I don't want anything. I have the 5th vote. What was that 5th vote? How you are getting that 5th vote? Are you bribing some councilmen? Are you offering them something so that's why you are getting it? You talked to me for 5 times on that day. We spoke for 48 minutes, we spoke for 16 minutes, we spoke for 15 minutes, 50 seconds, and 18 seconds. That many times we spoke. And next day, you got the appropriation, then you forgot, never talked to anybody till today's meeting. Why? These are all elected people. They are educated and they are here for the public service. Every point, okay, every point, you try to work out on, and some money from here to there you want to transfer from here to reserve. I'm not going to mention line item. But one thing I'm telling you that you have failed your responsibility. You haven't done your job right. If you have to say something, I'm here, I'll hear, don't worry. Give me my answer. Why you did not talk to the council? Why? Then you said that you don't want to talk to the EDO chairman, I don't want to have that practice. Then why you call me? I did not call you. You call me to interfere in this and convince the council, which I did my best. Why you did that? Why you are playing around with the people of this town? I mean, yes, I know that we have a police officer, we have fire people, we have a township employee. Yes, they were getting furloughed, but that was a wrong furlough. Again, I'm repeating the same thing what people have told you. This is not the way we run the town, sir. This town has a very good reputation. Don't spoil the reputation of this town. Thank you. You have an answer for me?
I'm waiting for your time to be up, sir. You have 26 seconds left.
No, you can. I'm not going to talk after that. Go ahead. Answer me.
I'm going to wait for your time to be up, and I'll answer your questions.
Okay, that's fine. I'm okay with that. Only thing is, don't bribe any councilman, period. That's what I'm telling you. I mean, now you can answer mine.
Chairman, I think your question is up, sir, and I have no answers for you. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
My record is up, sir?
Council President? Council President?
Yes.
If I may. I think what he was talking about is like collaboration and cohesiveness up here. And I'll tell everybody right now, I probably should have said this at the beginning of the meeting, but I'll just tell everybody here right now. You can't buy me. So you know what? I'm the first vote. I'll vote for the budget. I'm going to vote for the budget. I gave no less than 25 copies of that out to residents who asked me. 25 copies. I bindered them just like that. And they said, some of them said we got problems with it, brought the questions to the mayor. Some said we didn't have problems with it, oddly. And I just want everybody to know, I'll reserve the rest of my comments for later. I don't want to take up the public's time, but I'm the first yes vote.
And as far as how we operate here and process the budget, every council member has had a chance to review the budget. For the first time in 11 years, Councilman Patil and I have postponed this budget for 90 days. So there's been more than enough time to go through this budget and ask questions or amendments. Whether you need to speak to someone one-to-one or you need to call the council president individually, each member as its own stands for themselves and the constituents they represent, which is the entire town. So at any given time, a member of the council can ask a question. So the council president is here today, as you see, to keep the meeting together and to referee each person who speaks and gets a chance to speak, including the members here of the council. I'm not a magician to decide on when people want to make an amendment or not. And if in the ninth inning they choose to do so, they can. A member can come up with an amendment at any given time. But to think that one person is responsible for adults in a township such as this with a $200+ million budget to pass, it's absurd. Okay, each member here is educated, they work in a professional job, and they know that at will they can make a comment at any given time. In 11 years, I have yet to see any chairman of any party ever come to the podium and talk about a budget, okay? So I can listen. All I can do is the actions of what our council members do, which I'm certain will pass this budget. So whatever happens in theatrics between now and June of next year is the normal course of action I've seen for the last 11 years and the last 35 years. So it's going to be what it's going to be. What I can say is this administration and council does a great job looking through this budget and making sure that we fulfill the obligations for the residents and the taxpayers here and corporations to make sure we have public safety and all the services we need in this town. I commend my council colleague for passing out, all the books to different members. I have not done that. I've never done that. The copy of it's in the record at the clerk. You can get a copy of this budget if you want to choose to go through it. And the time has been, welcome for anybody. So here today is an open forum to discuss the budget. It's nothing new to a lot of people that are in this room that you've heard just now today. This is the time you can ask questions of the budget. Please continue, sir. Welcome.
No, that wasn't me. Yeah, this is
first time. Go ahead.
Anthony.
I'll start the clock.
Anthony Dameron, Edison. Council President, I just I can't help but wonder and think all the time that was wasted. I'm not a budget expert, but all the time that was wasted over the last several months, the mayor, speaking of the way you run a town, the mayor was throwing bombs over at the Board of Education over the last 3 or 4 months, lecturing, putting out video after video about how irresponsible they were because of a tax increase that had to do with more about losing state funding than anything else. Meanwhile, all of this was brewing. This was brewing. He knew it was brewing. And if he spent that time more wisely and secured votes and made sure everything you needed to do behind the scenes that is not sexy, that's, people are not going to see, you're not going to get clicks on and stuff like that, what could have been prevented? Because when for me, I draw the line at public safety. As you mentioned public safety. When you're laying off 11 cops is unacceptable to me. Unacceptable. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm a perfect example. I know the importance of having every single one of those officers, I think, available and working. I don't think we could afford to lose a single one, to be quite honest with you. All right? I saw when I had an incident in February, I'll tell you, these officers, there was, I don't know how many were in my house. Every single one was doing something that contributed to solving that crime. And I'm telling you, to afford to even lose and play games or politics with public safety is a major concern. That's where you should draw the line. So going forward, I would think that the mayor should be a little bit more responsible on his end and keep his nose in his own plate and worry about his own problems. And if anything, if he's gonna speak to the Board of Ed, he should go there and help them. How about working together finally and helping secure state funding for the damn schools, okay? He knows what to do. He knows how to do it. Oh, I think he would. So that's what I wanted to say. Just next time around, let's worry about our own plate. Let's secure the votes. Make sure everybody was here, all the whole works, all right? To make sure that doesn't happen again, because honestly, it's not even, forget about how it looks. It's not safe. It's dangerous when you do that. We can't afford to lose a single officer on this road, so, or firemen, DPW, any of them. But specifically when it comes to public safety, thank you, Council President.
Thank you very much.
President.
We are going to move to a vote.
Council President,
We have Councilman Brescher first. Councilman Brescher?
Right, I just wanted to comment, maybe Mr. DeRoberts can help me. The Board of Education, right, they're not on a calendar year budget, they're on a fiscal year budget. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the Board of Ed raised taxes on a fiscal year budget of 6%. But technically, from January to June, they were a 0. And then from July to December, they're a 6. So the Board of Ed's budget to the taxpayers this year is only 3%.
Correct.
Okay, so the Board of Ed's 3%. We're talking about 4.5. Yet, and I believe it was Sonia, but I'm not going to put words in her mouth. Somebody mentioned once that our tax in total might be like 6%. And when we asked, I heard that the county tax went up 12%. Is that correct?
18, I think you're referring to the open space, but 18% was the increase for the county.
the updated sheet shows 1860. Originally,
Councilman, please speak to the Council President.
Council
He still has the
President.
floor.
No, Council President.
Councilman Brescher still has the floor.
Oh.
So, my question is, listen, we all want our taxes less, but because we got tangled up, in this whole budgetary mess here, I personally believe that, yes, this was theatrics, because the real question here should be going to the county as to why we went up 18% when I heard Woodbridge is flat and other towns in Middlesex County are flat. So I don't know how the county could charge Edison, and maybe Mr. DeRoberts could explain, how the county charges Edison 18%, but other towns are flat. How does that work? Because we can't decide to say, Mr. Kentos is having a hard time, so we're going to, not tax him this year.
So that's a good question. The county apportions their taxes amongst all the constituent municipalities, and they do it based upon an equalized valuation basis where the state establishes a ratio of everybody's assessed value to market value. Edison, the consequence of Edison being a highly desirable community, our ratio changed significantly from 24 to 25. And therefore, it is reflective of the significant increase of value of real estate, primarily residential real estate values here in town. So unfortunately, towns that are thriving and have and that are more desirable pay more in county taxes than others.
So my question is, who verified those calculations? Was that your firm or the BA, Council President? I mean, who verified? Because I would want it verified, right, to make sure that what the county is doing and the numbers and the equations that they're using for each of the towns is equalized like throughout the county, and that we're just not being singled out overall, because I can't see how our valuations went up that much compared to our neighbors. Correct. Because I can go buy the same house in Woodbridge and it's about the same price. You know, Woodbridge is all $1 million homes too. My son couldn't afford to buy a house there because Woodbridge homes were $650,000.
It's actually, Council President, if I can, it's actually done by the state. So the state issues a table of equalized values, and it's available online, Councilman, but I can send it to you, and it shows, there's a series of columns, it shows a lot of information, but all of the municipalities, what their rateable base is and the equalized value. And the way it's done at the state level is that they get reports of all of our sales, and that it's a computerized program, right? It's a way that they calculate based upon our sales, and they look at each individual sale. So they say, your house sold for $1 million, but it was assessed at $500,000, so it's at 50%. So that's what they do. And they do that with every sale that we have in the town, and then they use that methodology to set the equalized rate. It's not much more complicated than that. The system is called Mod 4. That's the computer terminal, the computer name for it. But that's how it's done. So all that the county does is the county strikes its budget. They apply the equalized values that are set by the state. They come up with a percentage. They send us a bill, literally, and we raise it in taxes. That's the way it works.
Right. My question is like, who verifies this? And maybe you don't know, but on the school board, our school board was underfunded by the state. We were going to have a class action lawsuit, but instead of doing that, the governor said, you know, we're going to make that money back up to you. So the state obviously made calculated errors to Edison for over 20 years until I was on the board, and we caught that. So what I'm saying is, who reviews that on the township side here to make sure that those numbers and equations are correct and that they balance out correctly? When I look at, you know, my brother's home in Woodbridge, I don't see that much of a difference in valuation if he were to sell his in the same size home here in Edison.
Councilman Bressler, just point of order. I mean, I think your questions are respectful, but I think we're off track now. We're just voting on the budget right now in place, and I think whatever answer I give you right now, I think that time has passed. I mean, we're just voting on the operation of the budget and the spending lines of the budget. Could we wait on that?
For ours, but right, this whole.
You're not going to make any recalculation this minute from the state. What's in front of us is the budget, and those who are waiting for us to vote on the budget. For this particular question, could we wait on that?
Sure. I mean, I'd like to get the data and see what it looks like.
We'll get it for you, Councilman.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Council
Yeah, sure.
President,
I'm sure you have the floor. He's finished. You have the floor.
Yeah, no, just a correction. So the county tax was raised 12.39%. The county open space is 1860. On one of the original spreadsheets, it was flipped, and I guess at some point it got corrected. That was handed to me. That's why some people say the county tax is 18%. It's really not. That's the open space. The county tax was only 12.39.
Only 12.
Well.
Oh, okay.
Versus the 18. I mean, you know.
Is there any other questions from council members? Next speaker.
Joel Bassoff, Beach Lane.
Welcome.
So regarding the budget, Edison has been in the news now for all the wrong reasons. But one of the things that I like about living in Edison, aside from the budgetary madness, is that we're protected by professional, dedicated police officers and firefighters. And I'm glad to see that the budget does not cut the people that are ensuring our well-being. What's reprehensible, though, is that here we are in August, and the people that do a wonderful job of protecting me and the other people in this township felt the need to come here because somebody apparently conveyed to them that their jobs and their careers were in jeopardy. Now, obviously, it wasn't the members of the council that did that because you have a budget that doesn't cut them, but maybe someone in the administration was spreading rumors that unless they show up en masse, they will be cut, and it's reprehensible that the people that are protecting us would be exploited in that way, that they should be able, if they want to come here, fine. If they want to be home with their families at the height of summer, that should be their prerogative. So I hope going forward that there won't be any more games played with the people that dedicate their careers to protecting us. Now, on to some of the specifics with the budget. My understanding is that the amendment that you voted on was simply to change revenues and expenditures by a whopping $2,000. My understanding is that actually nothing was cut. I know a big issue at the last meeting was a lot of money being spent unnecessarily on vehicles that were being taken home by employees, many of them way outside the township, and that we were spending a fortune in vehicle expenses and even tolls. Obviously, if vehicles are used within Edison, there shouldn't be any tolls involved. So my question on that is, have the members of the council gotten answers to those questions regarding vehicles to their satisfaction? And now the fact that we're standing here in August, at the height of summer, the budget was supposed to have been put to bed months ago. All of this should have been resolved back in the spring. Under the law, the budget was supposed to have been submitted to the council so that the council could begin its review by the end of February. But the administration, for some reason, an explanation of which we haven't gotten, for some reason, it took the administration 2.5 months past that deadline to finally get the budget to the council. And in the answer to that question, I don't want to hear that under Mayor Lanke, it was introduced or submitted to the council or approved well into the year, that we should be proud of ourselves because we've only messed up on the deadlines by 2.5 months when we used to mess up the deadlines by 4 or 5 months. You know, those days are gone, and I also don't want to hear that who am I to ask these questions because I wasn't there back then asking Mayor Lanke those questions. I'd like to hear answers from the council president and the sitting members of the council and possibly the administration as to why we're standing here in August, why this wasn't all put to bed back in the spring when the budget should have been introduced and finally approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bassoff. This is probably the 9th time you've come here and asked the same question. I think your question is a great question. And as I mentioned before, which I'll repeat, is what you don't want to hear is, this has happened before. A budget's been adopted in September in the past, and I know what you're thinking. You're caring about today and why it wasn't done correctly today. And you have brought up to our attention numerous times on how you'd like it presented in April. And I had mentioned before to you that I held up the budget, discussing it with the mayor, with other council members, and it was delayed. And there was one time period, we specifically delayed it until it was well put together and presented. So it was presented 2 months late, and we're sorry for that. And we had brought it to the council, as you know, and the council asked to extend that hearing until July, which you are aware of. So what's changed between July and your question today is that we came to order to a vote, and we didn't have all members of the council to vote. So that was about 20 days ago, less than 20 days ago. And today, we're here today to pass the budget. So I hope you'll be happy with that. Thank you for coming. Next speaker.
Council President?
Yes.
Can you ask Sonia or Ken, when do we start working on the budget? Like, are they working on next year's budget now? I would hope that in the next couple months, we'd be starting to work on next year's budget.
Absolutely, we can do, yeah. To the BA, when are you going to start on next year's budget?
So we usually start around November.
Okay.
We get all of the worksheets and get the departments to fill them out, review. At that point, it's nearly the last quarter, so we can have a proper projection.
Well, can we start that process maybe in September? And then we don't, maybe start it earlier this year if we're having problems.
Council members look for you to start in September. Is that something we can have a separate discussion on after this meeting?
Sure, we can do that with the Finance Committee, absolutely.
Good points, Councilman. Just before you begin, Octor, for those who are waiting to speak, we are trying to come to a vote for this budget, which is probably the biggest reason why most of you are here. I ask if you do want to speak, certainly get in line, form a line to speak. If you don't have an interest in speaking and your rep may speak for you as part of your union, you're more than welcome to have that. If you don't have any questions, we'll move to a vote, which you may be happy to see, and we'll get this budget approved. So can we look into the hallway to make sure if there's anybody out there that may want to speak? Could an officer just look to see if anybody's out there? If it's clear, we're certainly going to go to close the public portion shortly. And at this time, we're only speaking on the budget only at this time, and there'll be public comments after this as well. Welcome, Octor. How are you?
Good. How are you doing? Octor Nasser, Pleasant Avenue. So before I start any of my questions, are the people that ask questions going to get questions answered before you guys vote?
There's a good possibility they'll get all their answers. Okay. Their emails have been sent to each member of the council for the questions they have had.
Okay. So from listening to you and looking at social media, I'm trying to understand the procedure here. And I like Councilman Kentos, what he's saying, that maybe start the budget preparation earlier. I think we have to find some solutions where I don't care that Mayor Lenke had things done late. There is a law that we have to follow. We should follow the laws. That's something that, that I brought up to attention, that there's ordinances that we don't follow, and we just can't go ahead and look the other way. Now, for the people that are here, I feel bad that they have to come here yet again because there's a scare that the firefighters, the police, and the other workers might lose their jobs. So I'm hoping we do come to something that will make sure that they can enjoy their summers. But so from what I heard, that the council owns the budget, and this is where I'm confused. So then why is it that we have questions that are being brought back to the mayor about the budget? Why can't the council itself talk amongst themselves and say, hey, let's change this or that? You can answer that later on. That's where I'm a little confused with this. With the BOE, it was interesting to see that everyone in town seemed to be interested in that budget. They went from 12% down to 6%. And the reason I bring this up is because you guys have a 4.5% budget, and we were looking for you guys to cut something. I'm not sure why you can't. One year we had a 1% budget. Now, if the reason is because, there were snowstorms and overtime, things like that, well, the BOE had the same kind of concerns too. So how did they manage that? So I'm just wondering why our budget is higher and we can't reduce anything. Are there any pennies that we can remove? I mean, a penny saved is a penny earned is what I heard. So I'm looking for some cuts here of any kind, if there can be. Like, for instance, if there's a magazine that goes out, does it have to be, mailed? Can it be, emailed or something like that? Anything. The other questions that I have is, and hopefully this is the right time to ask it, when did T number 3 end? Because that seemed to be a contentious issue there, and I'm not sure I got the answer. When does T number 4 end? Because as far as I understand, the people here don't have to be here because they're going to be paid, past August is what I understood. So how can we make sure that the budget doesn't become so dramatic? So as I said, Councilman Kentos brought up an interesting idea. Would it be helpful to have all of admin here so that we can have the conversation in-house versus on social media, on the news? It's a little ridiculous how we're dragging Edison's name through the mud. Is there, for those people that, I think in the last meeting I heard that maybe the questions weren't asked early enough or they're being asked during the meeting, is there like a form or something so we can have a physical evidence that the council did ask for something and that they're not just asking on the spur of the moment? Because if they are asking on the spur of the moment, that's not fair to any of you here, and it drags on the process. Let's see. Would having council meetings, work sessions, and regular sessions, instead of having combined sessions, be helpful so that you guys can actually talk to each other? Almost 50% of the meetings this year have been combined meetings, and that's not fair to the public here, because this is going to be a very long meeting here for people, and this wasn't even a meeting that was expected to begin with. So those are the questions that I have, and I'm hoping that the public questions will be answered. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. You mentioned the budget between our 4.5% and the Board of Education and their difference, and they have the same issues. I'd have to disagree with you. If you would compare our overtime in snow versus the Board of Education, I think you're looking at two different football fields. I mean, the Township of Edison is responsible for 750 lane miles of roads just to plow. So I'll end it there, that there's no comparison to the Board of Education and what we do when it comes to overtime. But I think this budget was thoughtful, and I think every member had a chance. And if you're looking for a crystal ball for everybody to come together in the ninth inning, I'd like that too. I mean, I'd like everybody to sit down at a table and decide the same thing to eat, and I can't even get that to happen. But you know, it's wonderful what you have to say, and we'll continue to work on that. There's no question, but every council member has a chance at any time in this budget to ask a question. Now, whether they feel their question should be answered and they can't make a decision on the budget over a $10,000 or $15,000 expenditure when we're passing a $181 million budget, that's up to them. If they feel that one question's not answered and they cannot make a decision, that's up to them. But we also can just move to a vote. Whether we move to a vote, if we have the votes, we move to a vote and we move forward. So maybe that question is menial to some council members and important to others. Important to some residents, and maybe not important at all to the people in this room today, because this room is more for public safety and other issues and DPW and administration. I get that, but we try to cut pennies, and that is important. But as you try to move the 8 ball, it really comes down to insurance, uniform services, and so many other things that are big costs. You know, it's $60 million to run this town just in public safety. So if you want to move the needle, you know, moving the needle on what copier we buy or how we spend Easy Pass is not moving the needle. And if you're going to move the needle, you're going to move the needle for corporations. For every dollar we cut in this budget, I save the residents probably 20 cents, but I'm saving a corporation 80 cents. So I'm happy that we have this corporate tax and this industrial tax and warehouse tax that comes to us. We're super lucky. So that's just to answer that part of the question. And the T3, when does the T3 end for the?
T4 takes us through August 31st.
Okay, T4, August 31st. Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Council President?
I'm sorry, yes?
Two things. One, he asked about T3, when that ended.
That was July.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
T3 took us through the end of July, which covered the July 22nd payroll period.
Okay. And then that would be it.
That's it. Thank you. Next speaker. You good? Do you want to say something?
Yeah, I did. Please. Sorry, Council President. No, he also asked about, he asked if it's our budget now. It is our budget, but we still collaborate with everybody. We try to collaborate with everybody here and the mayor as well. And unfortunately, you know, it still takes 4 votes up here to move something.
Council President, if I can, I sit at these meetings all the time and we get asked that question. So the way the Faulkner Act works, that's the form of government that we have, or the mayor-council form. The mayor proposes the budget, and once the council introduces it, it becomes the council's budget. But as a practical matter, just like the governor and the legislature and the president and the Congress, the administration is the one who has all the information, right? We have the finance department and all of those things. So the process that happens is that the council gets budget books, and by the way, the budget is 40 pages long. The council's budget book is 550 pages long. And when they have more questions, we answer more questions. When it comes to amending the budget, once the budget is introduced, it's the council's budget. So all of the amendments then come from, so the mayor can't walk in here and say, well, I'm going to change the budget. It's not his budget anymore. So I think somebody asked that question. That's kind of the process.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Council President,
Sure.
can I make a comment?
Yes,
here?
please.
Just for your information, the 7 members, they work, they do their due diligence. Not necessarily they communicate to each other. You know, there could be 2 members or 4 members, 3 members. It's up to them. But I can tell you that I send at least 24 emails, Sonia, to you and Mayor, and I can tell you that the response was fairly quick. Even at the last minute, I did receive a response from Mayor, from Sonia, from, whoever, they were needed to get those inputs personally to me to make the decision. Having said that, I also have forwarded some of the emails to my council colleagues because we cannot have 4 council members to be part of that email chain. And again, it's very transparent to all of them what my questions were. And the same thing, when they ask question to administration, we get to know or we get to forward up that message. So it is not that it's like one-way road. It does, we do our job in terms of reviewing the budget. Hey, we not necessarily agree on every single line item. I might have some personal preferences or my style of financial management versus, council president might have a different way of working. So those are based on your experiences on this dais, outside of this dais, based on talking to the residents of this town, what they feel is appropriate. Having said that, it is not just, we don't do anything, we do a lot behind the scene. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for clarification, Councilman Patil. Welcome, sir.
Okay, hello.
4 minutes, we're starting your 4 minutes now.
Started now, okay. Patrick Durick, Greenwich Road. Thanks to the council for hearing what I've got to say, and again, thanks to the police officers and fire department. We rely on every day, and it's easy to forget, but the most essential thing is funding the first responders to safety and fire. So I've got another thing to talk about, though. I represent the Polanski Park Restoration Society.
Excuse me, point of order, sir.
Yeah.
This is only at this time.
Yeah.
And again, you can come up right after this. We're going to vote on the budget momentarily, I hope. But this particular time is only for the budget you can speak.
Only the budget.
Only items on the budget.
I can propose an amendment?
Sure.
Okay. So I'd like to propose, people are talking about ways of saving pennies, at least nickels if we can't save pennies anymore. I'm proposing to at least cut the expenses on some of these pocket parks that have been overburdened. I'm not going to focus on that now, but everything that's cut, it also shows a gesture that you hear us, you're listening, and we do appreciate when you do cut things that can be cut. In this case, we're still hearing loud music 4 nights a week. There's still rattling generators and pollution from them in the park. So it's not improving our lives. People love walking in the park. Kids love playing, and they work great. So this is one park. So we've got, 32 parks? I mean, I'd see the ones where you can cut down on spending. We'll appreciate the gesture. I mean, we were here at the end of June, here again, now August. So it's an amendment I'm proposing. You can work out the details if you can, but it's a gesture I think that would help. Also, save a few nickels to the town, and also show that you're hearing us, okay? Because we've got a lot, we've got over 100, we got 150 signatures, and then we've also got a community group that speaks every day, okay? And we've talked to people in other parks we've connected with, the same things. Take care of the parks, repave it. That's great, mow the lawns, but cut the pennies. We don't need gimmicky stuff. That's all I've got to say about this right now. But thanks for listening.
Thank you. I understand completely.
Council President,
please, go ahead.
he was talking about that park. Do we have any authority to change anything over at Brescia Beach or the Polanski Park?
Okay, we're going to leave that for a separate comment at this time. I'm going to move to the next speaker. Thank you, Council Vice President. Again, this may be one of our last speakers if you guys choose to want to go to a vote, but please line up behind this speaker if you do want to speak. We're trying to bring to a vote. Please, you do have 4 minutes. If you'd like to speak on the budget and have a line item that you support or do not support, please come forward now. And we'll also call out to the hallway if there's anybody downstairs. Thank you for your patience. Welcome. How are you today?
Hi, I'm Dr. Aisha Thakur, coming from Polanski Park Restoration Society. Sorry.
It's okay.
Because we have been trying to sign the petition. We are writing emails to mayor, but we are not getting a response from him.
Yes.
So we have to come here just to on the same note, how to save pennies. Maybe it will help with the Edison budget too. The park, they have spent a lot of money. I believe they got some grant from the federal government, but to maintain the park, it's a lot of money going to maintain the park. There is from Thursday till Sunday, there is somebody who is putting the cushions on the benches, taking out the cushions. There is loud music playing. There's somebody always there. At least 3 or 4 family members are there. Like, I feel like they are the regulars who come there. There are not many people who come to the park. I see on Mayor's Instagram, like he's calling, he's advertising, please come to Pulaski Park with your friends, with your family. Nobody shows up. So it's a wastage of money. And I think Edison Township can save some money. There are a lot of things we can concentrate on spending our money. This was a sheer waste of money. Nobody is enjoying it. I guess people who are just working there are the ones who are coming. The neighborhood is not enjoying it. I think even the mayor, because he's having a hard time getting people in there. I see his advertisement all the time, like, and nobody still comes. So maybe penny saved is penny earned. Let's focus on what we really need. And there are a lot of parks. Let's restore them rather than coming into people's backyard, putting some plastic hedges and playing music right in their backyard. People are really, really unhappy about it. And we try to reach to him and we have not got answers. And I'm not a political person. I have better things to do. Trust me, like everybody else.
Yeah.
But this has made me
Excuse
so,
me,
yeah.
Doctor, just a point of order. I'm hearing you loud and clear.
Okay.
However, at this particular time, you can only talk about the line item in the budget and make your point, and you've already done, you can do it again. You can say it 20 times.
Okay.
Remove the line item for spending on the public park for Pulaski Park.
Yes.
I can't have you going to, and pontificate on what you prefer to have for your private park, which is a public park. But I have to keep you in the middle. This particular time. After this, you can talk all you want about the park. But right now, I just need you to comment on the budget.
Got it.
And I'm sorry to do this to you, Doctor.
That's totally fine. I appreciate you guys giving an opportunity for us to come here and speak. I really appreciate that. And let's just, you heard me loud and clear.
You want to remove the
Yes.
spending of the Pulaski Park budget from the budget, and we hear that loud and clear.
Yes. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, but you'll come back up again. We're going to have a public.
Yeah, I'm loving this
Don't
now,
leave.
so I'm gonna come
Don't
every
leave.
time.
You can say a lot more.
Yes, thank you.
There's going to be public comment in a few minutes on anything you want to speak about. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Okay, next speaker. How are you?
Hi, my name is Valine Martini. I'm speaking on behalf of Edison Summer Camp, the new full day camp. Speaking on behalf of the previous staffs, current staff, and parents. And we would like to know if, why did you cut the payroll? Why did you furlough them at the end of payroll of July 22nd? And when will be refunded for the 2 days of July 22nd to July 23rd for that? Because some of the parents and staff are very upset. So that you cut down and that recreation.
Okay, at this time, we're only talking about the budget itself. You're speaking of the temporary budget that we approved already. I do have answers for you, but the counselor asked that we could move forward, and we'll answer this after the public portion of the budget. So we're going to move to that in about 5 minutes. So I apologize. At this particular time, we're not answering questions about the park, about the recreation and the spending. But we'll have an answer for you. If you have time to wait, we'll call you up first to ask questions on that during the public portion.
But we're not going to end the summer camp for the kids this year, right?
No, it's in the budget to be in the budget. That's for
thank
sure.
you.
That was a temporary, but please stay if you could, and if you're leaving, please have the deputy clerk, she'll step over and get your email address, and we can communicate by email.
Okay, thank you very
We're
much.
just voting for the budget now, so
Okay.
give me 10 minutes. Well, maybe more than 10 minutes. Next speaker.
I guess I guess will be last. Andrew M. Bensavanga, best known as Ben Shasty. So, Council President, I think everybody's here. Well, at least New News 12 is here, but not anyone else. But here's the thing. I think it's time to just pass this budget once and for all. It's been way overdue after hearing this from the first speaker to John to the next. So I think it's time to pass it and let's just get it done and over with. So thank you. I have nothing else to say.
Thank you. Any of the members of the public that would like to speak? Anybody in the hallway that would like to speak? Seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public portion for the budget?
Motion to close.
Can I have a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The public portion is now closed. Can I have a motion to adopt the budget?
Council President,
Yes.
I'd like to propose one amendment.
You need to I think you need a motion and a second, and then the amendments.
We have a motion to adopt the budget.
Council President.
Yes. Can
To adopt the budget.
I have a second?
Second.
Can I have council comments?
Yeah,
Right.
that's now.
That
It's
right.
a-
I'd
you
like to propose an amendment to reduce.
I just want to be clear. You may hear several amendments from council members, and then we'll call a vote. If we call a vote, those amendments will not happen, Mr. Council President. Because, thank you. Continue.
Right. I'd like to propose an amendment where we reduce $300,000 from the gas line item, given the data that I received from the administration. Not looking at Easy Pass, I'm not looking at, extending it and saying that it's worth $500,000, but I think a very simple $300,000 is a simple adjustment to the budget. So I'd propose to make that $300,000 reduction.
And where is that coming from?
Fuel.
To the BA, do you understand the line item he's discussing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next council member?
Council President, I'm not necessarily, I want to, pull any line item out of this, but just need a confirmation from administration that, some of the expenses we did not incur as of today, they will be moved towards the surplus, so that we build a surplus more than $10 million, which we are at the lowest in the last 4 or 5 years. So my questions are, Council President, you may allow me, the second deputy chief position, which is $259,000, which we never filled in last 15 years, it will be moved to surplus if we're not going to fill the position.
So it would just be a vacant position at this
Correct.
point for the last 3 years, if you will, and we would just, if we don't fill the position, obviously, unless the council wishes to do something else with the line item, then it would just go into transfer or surplus.
It will go into surplus.
Right.
Okay. My next one is on since we are now in 7 months in the budget process, there are probably, this is outside of the second deputy chief, not the current deputy chief. Probably there are more than 50 vacancies. That includes police, fire, DPW, across the board. And it's more than $1 million, again, as per my evaluation. Will those funds will also be moved if they are not filled by the end of the year, but not just the end of the year, as of July end, with 7 months. Even if I say $1 million worth of those vacancies, they are not filled, those $700,000, will they be transferred to other account and will be spent, or they will be moved to surplus?
It could happen either or. I mean, as you know, in November, we do the transfers and then we can pass them on to surplus. So so your question is with regard to what do we do with the leftover funding?
Yes, the leftover funding, because the whole idea here is if we build a surplus, in fact, we should not be in the business of building the surplus, but in order to have the healthy surplus so that we can keep offsetting the cost of living increase or any contractual obligation. So we have some funds there.
Yes.
Right now we have $10 million. So my whole ask is, any of those vacancies that are not filled in, as of today, if it is $1 million assumption, $700,000, if we move to the surplus, we are getting close to one second deputy chief, and this one, we're adding $1 million into surplus. The ask is here is not to spend that money, just move in another account and spend that money, but build a surplus so we can use that next year.
We could potentially do that.
Okay, thank you. And my last one is there a possibility of freezing the multiple vacancies? They even don't exist, but they are part of the budget. Again, can that money which is allocated to the budget be moved to the surplus? Again, the whole idea here is how do we build a surplus?
To your point, yes, it would essentially be a hiring freeze or something like that, of which every time there is a vacancy, depending on the department, of course, we don't want to hinder operations. We do take that into account and not fill those positions, but sometimes spread the duties amongst other staff within that department.
Understood. As long as we are on the same theme of rebuilding the surplus or spend that money for some emergency like snowstorm or something, or maybe overtime that happens, I'm perfectly fine and I'll support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Council President, along the same lines, because I asked some of the questions Councilman Patil just asked, what would council, maybe this is for the attorney, what would council have to do to say all of our vacant positions that we keep vacant, the money gets transferred to surplus and it doesn't go into some other bucket? Could we do that? Do we have the authority to do that?
So I think that the answer is this, is that you have the authority to put it in the other buckets because it requires a budget transfer. If you don't, it goes in the surplus. Okay. So if there was X in the police department budget and that when you got to November and December, remember, you can make budget transfers in the last 2 months of the year and the first 2 months of the next year. So you get to December and you see X wasn't spent. If you don't move it into another bucket, it stays there, and if it's not spent, then it automatically goes into surplus.
Great.
So the answer is, it's council's budget, you control it.
Perfect. Ken, can we get those numbers? Not now, but.
In November, when
You'll get them in November.
Yeah, in November. Remember me.
Provide budget reports and so forth.
Thank you.
Okay, moving, any other council members?
Just, Council President, one point is, Sonia, before moving anything to or the internal transfer to any other department, if you can give the total amount that we possibly could have moved to surplus, but we need to expend somewhere else, will be helpful. Just to give an example, don't expect a resolution next month saying, hey, we need $200,000, just to give an example, recreation, right? There has to be some number saying, as of today, we have $3 million in surplus because we didn't spend as of, say, September. I'm talking about the next month. Out of that, we expect $200,000 to be moved to recreation. We are okay as long as we know what's the current, for the year, I'm not talking about the total, the number we are aware about the surplus.
I would say we can have that done for you by the end of September, so there's a real projection. Now,
Perfect.
once the budget does get adopted and we have real expenditure reports.
Sounds good. And it will be helpful rather than, getting to this point. If we can get, I don't expect monthly, but if we can get quarterly any idea about the surplus that is being generated within the current budget will be really helpful to this council.
Sure, we can definitely do that with the Finance Committee, have a quarterly report so that it recaptures where we are in terms of our spending.
Thank you. And last but not least, again, thank you for last 4 or 5 days, responding to my dozens of emails. Again, thank you to the administration and thank you to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Patil, for your logic and your explanation of your questions, and that we're moving forward the budget. I'd like to ask that the council make a new motion and to override the motion that we just had before, and a motion to accept the budget with one amendment from Councilman Brescher for $300,000 on fuel. Can I have a motion?
Motion to accept.
Can I have a second? Is there any?
I just want, I'm trying to get the process.
We're amending just the one line item on fuel for $300,000.
Councilman Brescher made a motion. I didn't hear anybody second it, so I didn't hear the clerk's. If there's no second, then you just go to the budget.
We're going to, I was going to start from the beginning and make a motion with the amendment.
Well, let's stop for a second. So you have the budget. The councilman made a motion to amend the budget. He needs a second. If he doesn't get a second, then there is no motion.
Can I have a second on the amendment?
Council President, again, the same remark on my side. I would prefer to second it, but again, Sonia, do we acknowledge that 300,000 exists in that budget that we can move to surplus?
And I also, Sonia, when you answer that question, I have a question that you also need to answer. And that question is this, is that if there is a change of more than an increase or decrease of more than 10% in a line item, it would trigger the need for a new public hearing, and you could not adopt the budget tonight. So my question, one of the questions that you need to answer, usually I ask the auditor, but you probably can answer that question, is whether or not removing $300,000, is that line item less than $3 million?
So I can calculate that very quickly. However, let me just clarify what we received from the state, because we had the same question with regard to any changes. And they stated to us that if there are any changes, then this budget would need to, we would need to adopt that at a later date. So it would not be able to occur today.
I'm not.
Understood. My question is a little different. My question is, are we acknowledging that we have $300,000 that we can move from that line item to the surplus? The budget remains same as is. We are not cutting anything.
Okay.
Well,
Yes, go ahead.
So the answer to that question is simply, right, fuel is done based upon consumption. So if in fact there's $300,000 that are, then it would go extra there, then it would go in the surplus. Once again, in answer to Councilman Kentos' question, unless you moved it someplace. Go ahead.
Ken.
Could we move
Council
that?
President, if I may,
Can't. No.
just to let you know, just to put it into perspective, in 2025, we budgeted $1.5 million for fuel, and into 2026, we spent more than that. 2026 budget also contains $1.5 million in fuel. Since January, fuel costs, gasoline, when we fill it at the pump, is up 46%. So I can't sit here and say with any degree of certainty that we're going to have any excess funds in our fuel oil line.
Council President?
Councilman, just point of order. Just as Councilman Patil mentioned before, Mr. Brescher, is that when that line item is transferred, it'll come to the council for a vote. And at that time, we'll make that decision.
No, my comments had to do more with Mr. DeRoberts.
Okay, go ahead.
You stated something that the cost in fuel went up 46%. Do you buy our fuel from California? Because I'll be honest with you, I've been buying fuel for probably a year now. It did go up, but it has come back down. And when I say it went back up, it went from like $3.89, $3.95 to like $4.60, but we're down to $3.99 now. So when you say 46% increase in what we pay per gallon, especially since you're a math guy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, earlier this year, January, December, we were at about $2.80, $2.90 retail for gas, and now we're up around the $4 level, over $4 in some areas. So that's a relative perspective.
Right, and December was last year's budget, right?
Correct.
So we're talking about January.
Yeah, so I'm saying this year, fuel oil costs are up 46%. And, until the situation in the Middle East subsides, we have no idea where the upside is going to further go.
Yeah, I mean, just so you know, I didn't use those numbers. I just used the numbers of total gallons that we used in the prior administration, total gallons now, and used it by the dollar amount at the pump. And I didn't even use the dollar amount at the pump. I actually discounted that by 20%. But yeah, I mean, listen, I guess if what you're saying is we can't cut anything, right, in the budget, inherently, I guess that's the problem we have in this town, right? It's the administration, it's the staff then, if we can't do it, right? Or it's our vendors. I think it was a small, minor token, and just to hear that kind of pushback tells me where the problem really is. But I guess I can speak about this at every meeting, right? And I'm sure I will. Thank you.
Council President,
Thank you, Councilman Brescher.
can we proceed with a vote if we can make any
Yes,
amendments?
I mean, I think council members have had some clear remarks on the budget. Go ahead.
I had asked earlier this year if a township can hedge its fuel. Did anybody ever look into that?
Yeah, and we're not allowed to. We can't
not
buy
allowed-
futures.
We can't?
We can't invest in futures.
Council members, we have a motion on the floor to move forward with the vote.
Just one comment. I think in a Councilman Brescher, the right way to do is introduce an ordinance to restrict, who can take the cars at home. And that will ultimately bring down the gallons that we are consuming so that, we don't have to talk about take $200,000 or $300,000. It's going to be simply math. If we introduce next council meeting, you will have my full support of, limiting the take-home cars. That would help the situation.
Councilman, that's like a token. The 300,000, I believe, is a token, right? And I think the Edison residents deserved that after we told them it was going to be a 3%. Now we're up to a 4.45, right? Well, you pointed out we have many vacant positions, and all this money is going to do is to go into surplus, right? Yet council people are concerned that we're going to spend it, and we spend it out of the surplus. We spent it, as my council colleague said, right, Brescher Beach. We're playing music, sand, bugs, and noise, right? So the residents aren't even happy with how we spend that money. So I really don't see how bad it is, but, right, if you're looking for a 7-0 vote, we removed the 300,000. I don't know how this had to go to another meeting. I was told that once it was a council's budget, that we could do line item cuts, and then that's what the budget would be. But, now I'm being told that we'd have to push it off for other meetings.
So the answer is that it is the council's budget. It's not an administration thing. It's the state budget law that says if you're decreasing, just to make sure we understand, you're decreasing the gas line item by $300,000, and I'm not the math guy in the room, but that's 20%, right? 300 of 1.5 million. So it's more than 10%. It would mean you not only couldn't you adopt the budget, you couldn't adopt it this week because you'd have to notice another public hearing on the budget as amended, and that would have to be at least a 3 days notice, which means you effectively would be adopting it next week. That's the problem. I wasn't privy to whatever advice we got from DCA. DCA always reserves the right to require its review before it allows you to adopt a budget. So that's something that's, I don't know. I'm just reading for you what the provisions of the New Jersey state local budget law, and I think the section is 48-4-9.
Council members, we have roll call, we have a vote on the floor, and we have an amendment on the floor. Do we have a second on the amendment? Hearing no second on amendment, the amendment fails. Can we have a vote on the budget? And a second to approve. Madam Clerk, roll call on the budget to be adopted.
Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Dima.
Yes.
Councilmember Kentos.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Coyle.
Yes. Budget approved. You lost my, I just want to thank my council colleagues, each one on the dais here, including my council vice president, Councilman Patel, Councilman Patil, Councilman Shmuel, Councilman Dima, and Councilman Brescher for working with me at this last 9th inning here. It has not been easy. Each one of us has been on the phone different times of the day. They've caucused with each other. I'm happy we've come to an understanding for the residents and for public safety. Thank you. Moving forward, we have a public hearing and adoption on solid waste. Opening it for public hearing. Any questions on solid waste? Any public comments? Seeing no comment, anybody raise your hand for public comments on solid waste?
Motion to
Seeing
close the
none,
public portion.
motion to close the public portion on solid waste.
Council President.
Motion moved. Motion to close the public
Council
portion.
President. Since nobody seems to care about solid waste, could we cut something from there? I don't even know. I don't even know
hold
why.
on. No one's going to leave if you're going to cut from solid waste.
Yeah,
Hold on now.
I think everybody's leaving
Okay,
because we're up to solid
All in favor,
waste.
say aye to close the public portion on solid waste.
Aye.
Aye. Who was the
Oh,
second on the?
wait, we have a resident.
Councilman Kentos was the second. Okay.
No. We
You
have,
commenting on solid waste?
yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. We closed the, okay. I closed it already. But
It's closed, Joe.
did he raise his hand? I'm sorry, I feel guilty.
Well,
It was closed already. I apologize, Mr. Pointer.
it's closed.
All right. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the budget for solid waste?
Motion to approve.
Have a second?
Second.
Madam, this is for solid waste. Okay, we can wait for the room to be clear, not a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I go with the votes?
Yes.
There was a first made by Councilmember Teal, seconded made by Councilmember Kentos. Roll call, Councilmember Brescher,
Yes.
Councilmember Dima,
Yes.
Councilmember Kentos,
Yes.
Councilmember Patil,
Yes.
Councilmember Patel,
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel,
Yes.
and Council President Coyle.
Yes,
Sorry, went on.
thank you. If we can close that back door, please. Thank you. Kev, hey, number 6 here, approval of the minutes. Motion to approve the minutes for July 10th.
Motion.
Have a second?
Seconded.
All in favor, say aye. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. 7, approval of firefighter. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Public comment on resolutions set forth here. Please form a line if anybody would like to speak on the resolutions only. This would be for the resolutions only, not for the budget. Unless an item is specific to the budget, you can speak on the budget. Please come forward. You have 4 minutes. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Pointer, of that mishap there.
No worries. I thought I didn't hear, if there was a second, I didn't hear it, so.
Okay, not a problem.
Thank you, Council President. I had printed out my questions because I have several, so hopefully you'll be able to help me through them. Resolution 289, Safe Street to School Contract. Originally, this was tabled for consideration of a different vendor. This is the same vendor at the same cost. I was just wondering if any additional information could be presented as to why it's the same or why no other vendor was offered. Resolution 399, Harts Mountain refund. Can anyone explain the rationale for their appeal? I obviously understand with COVID, that could be a factor, but 2024, 25, and 26, I don't really get it. And will their valuation go back to the 7.4 that it previously was, or will it be at the new 4.97? Resolution 411, bleachers. Are these new bleachers, replacement bleachers? I appreciate the council leaving right now. Great job. And where are these bleachers going? Resolution 415, fences. Where are these fences located? Are any of them some of the new fences that have been purchased over the past 4 years? Resolution 417, 979 Amboy Avenue redevelopment amendment. Can you explain what that amendment is actually doing? I know the property was approved for the construction of a building there, but any insight to what the amendment on the agreement would be appreciated. Resolution 418, 10 Brunswick Avenue. What is prompting this redevelopment study? Resolutions 435, 1021, and 1027 Amboy Avenue. Likewise, what is prompting this redevelopment study request? And a general question in regards to the temporary appropriations, which are now on the agenda, more of a procedural aspect. Since the budget has been passed, are those 2 resolutions going to be removed?
Yes.
And from a general consensus or general standpoint, since it wasn't on the original date, this is just general again, since it wasn't on the original July 20th meeting, would the council have had to motion to add it to the agenda since this is a continuation?
No, because this is a special meeting, and it was in the published notice of the special meeting on July 30th.
Okay. And I know temporary appropriations are technically off of the agenda, so if I'm out of order, let me know. But from temporary appropriations, they were on the July 20th meeting. Obviously, that was not able to happen. At that time, what were those temporary appropriations in terms of how much it would have covered? And also, temporary appropriations, you need a majority of council to approve it or a majority of the voting membership that's there?
You need a majority of the membership for the temporary emergency appropriations.
You need 2/3 of the authorized membership of the
Correct.
council. 5 votes.
It's point of order. I just want to wait to the end. He has 30 seconds left. Any other questions you have?
Those are my questions. I printed them out to help because I know that there were a lot. Thank you,
Yeah.
Council President.
Did you want these answered by email, or do you want them all answered now?
Whatever you're willing to offer.
Well, we'll get through some of them now. Do you have a copy of this?
I do, sir.
Okay, do you want to go from the top, Sonia?
Sure. The first question that I'm able to answer, the engineering one, were for the safe streets. So we did get multiple quotes. The other quote that we did receive was $93,000 above this price. So we felt that doing the same thing, this was the, Remington Vernick was the appropriate vendor to go through. As far as the bleachers, those are new replacements. They're ADA compliant, which the ones we are replacing are not ADA compliant. And so that's going to go through several of our parks, Mini Beeville, 5 at Town Hall, so throughout the fields. As you notice, that although some of the fields are new, the bleachers were not new. And thanks to this previous council, you were able to do that, but this is just another part of the project that we have to cover. And with regard to the tax appeal, I have our tax assessor here, if that's okay, Council President?
That's okay.
Council Vice President.
Good evening, Council Vice President. With regards to the Bradstone Revlon tax appeal, former Councilman Pointer, the assessment would go back to the original $7 million. That appeal had been filed by the tenant, which is no longer there.
Thank you. Next.
Hello again, Thomas Leckie, still at Netherwood Circle in Edison.
You're recognized.
Okay, I'm questioning R289. Seems like we're spending a lot of money giving it to an engineering company for safe roads and all that. I tried to meander around go around the company the township website, trying to find a request for proposal, just to put some meat behind it, because I mean, I don't know what an engineering company is going to do for $300,000. I believe that money is better well spent by putting police on the streets to give them the opportunity to enforce the laws. A while ago, I asked, could you hyperlink, and as I'm repeating myself, I'm terribly sorry, but I think it's important. Hyperlink the resolution and the RFP to the resolution, so that people like myself could go and find this stuff. I was told after the meeting, when I also asked for the bid tab on that was couldn't be put on until after the meeting was done and the resolution was adopted. But you need to put the link to the RFP and a link to the resolution itself so that we can understand what we're getting for $300,000. The other one that I'm a little concerned about is R403 for financial management. Is that in addition to what the BA provides us? Like I said, we don't have any links to explain in detail what we have, but basically it looks like, a nice salary, and then I think that's close to the business administrator's salary. Where can we get the details? That's all. If I can have information on 289 and 405, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. The details are in the resolution for each number you've mentioned. And as far as government strategies, that is Ken Roberts, who's to my left here. I think several members of the council have interviewed with him on finance over the last 10 years and have been very happy with the service he provides and what he brings to the table and his expertise in multiple municipalities across the state. So in the resolution is what states his government contract. I understand you'd like to see some links to that as well, and that's something we can work on. However, every RFP, anyone right now can go on their tablet and go to purchasing, and through purchasing, you'll see bids and approval. And right there, you can see all the bid links and everything attached to that bid link. So you, right now, on your phone or on a tablet, can go right to that and see everything we've done, not just for today, but you can go back probably 2 years, I think it's on there. You can see anything that's been up for bid, and you can see the bid results. And you'll see the difference between any engineer that's put forward and what they've bid, and the difference between who we're approving, picking the lowest bidder, okay? So thank you.
Council President? Yeah, I just want to add on 289, the administration gave me information about the status of the company as well as other bids, and as Sonia just mentioned before, our BA, the other bids were about $100,000 higher, approximately like around $90,000 higher. In regards to 403, I just want to thank Ken for being here at the last 2 meetings for free since we pulled this contract. That's all.
Council President, now Council Vice President.
Yes.
I also acknowledge the contribution of, Ken Robertson. He's a wonderful asset to the town, and I think this is money well spent on his services. He's here to answer any question this council or this body has. Very quick and prompt person. He has given a detailed discussion. Whoever has the question on that, again, thank you for your service, and happy to support.
I just want to clarify, so 289, so 80% of that funding is covered through the grants
Correct.
that you're approving. So we're only responsible for 20% of that spending.
Thank you. You're recognized, Joyce.
Thank you. Joyce Ship Freeman, Edison, New Jersey. Believe it or not, I know how all these budgets and all this stuff is done. I headed the Finance Committee. All right. So, John spoke about the park and installation of bleachers. Does that come under the broad umbrella as recreation when it's on the budget? Okay. Sparky answers, but looking for a good one. All right, I got another one for you.
BA's taking notes.
All right, let's do accepting bid. I used to work with Maureen all the time. Resolution accepting the bid, all right, for retread tires. Retread tires, are those the ones I see busted all along the Route 1 while I'm coming in? Okay, I want to know why retread tires rather than regular tires. I got a problem with retread, sorry, at all. And I think it's a good thing about 416, about the community block grant funds and stuff distributed out to worthy people that need that type of money to keep their stuff going. And then I'm not sure if you answered the question on 417 about the improving the authorization, execution of an amendment to the redevelopment agreement with 979 Amboy Avenue. I want to know what's that's going to become or whatever. Why are they changing that? Okay. The agreement with 435, I think you answered that one. I'm not sure if I heard it. I was in the back about the all this new stuff that you're changing on Amboy Avenue, and the property identified, the planning board of Township, and the proposed study area, like what's going to be studied on there, because I know they had that little paper street there, so I don't know how much stuff, in case something happens for the people to come out from back there. There's a lot of senior citizen stuff back in the background. And two questions, 438 and 439, temporary emergency appropriations for what? Got my questions?
No, the 438 and 439 are off the budget. They were there as
Okay.
placeholders in case the budget didn't get adopted.
Okay.
So they're
Well,
obliviated.
I knew the budget was going to get adopted. All they needed was 4 votes, so I knew that was a done deal before we came here, before the show. Okay? The rest of the questions you can please answer.
Thank you, Joyce. I'll go to the BA.
The bleachers, they are coming out of a recreation capital improvement account.
And she also had a question on 435, what's going on Amboy Ave?
Let me just pull the agreement up and I'll get back to you on that one.
Because it's my understanding, Amboy Ave, that area down there is a rehabilitation district, so it looks like we need to make it a area in need for some reason. We're changing a course for this particular property, so if you can get that information, that'd be great.
Yes, I'll get you the agreement.
Thank you. Yeah, she answered that. She said it was under that. Thank you, Joyce. Margot Harris, you're recognized.
Thank you. Margot Harris, 43 Oak Hills Road. Actually, my former council colleague, John Pointer, asked all the questions I was going to ask, but what I want to add to that is when it comes to locations for some of these projects, whether it's bleachers, fencing, or whatever it is, would it be possible to put on the agenda where the venues are and where the locations are? I think it would save some time for the public. I look in the backup information and I don't see it there either. So would it be possible to add that to the agenda?
Sure. It typically is it's in there, but it's embedded in the quote.
Okay.
So I apologize, it wasn't explicitly listed.
I know when I was on council last year, I often had the same questions as to where these things were being placed. So but for the public especially, I think it would be valuable if that could be upfront when you put down the resolutions. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that would be real helpful. I know in the past, this year alone, and I'm new on council, I asked where the location of some of these things we were buying, what's going. And also Joyce Ship Freeman had a question on why we're buying retread tires. I guess I know a little bit about that. Normally you save money and some tires can only be retreaded, like agricultural and stuff like that.
Correct.
Thank you. Akhtar, you're recognized.
Dr. Nasser, Pleasant Avenue. So I'm also asking about the same thing that John asked and Joyce asked and maybe somebody else. Resolution 417, it's about the Delta gas station, which is a 4-story building, which is no longer permitted, by the way. So that's the reason why we're asking this, and I'll get into it later on. But according to MLUL, they give 2 years when something is a finalized document with the construction of that building. And then there are 3-year, 1-year extensions. So they are about to hit their 5-year mark, probably August 15th. So we do need to have answers. And since we are having technically a combined council meeting, that means you're probably going to decide today. So we do need to know for the next speakers or myself what is going on with there. So I wanted to know if the council could clarify the conditions of, I believe that we're extending it. What must an applicant demonstrate to receive these extensions? When last checked, I was shown that there were no open permits. So in 5 years, they haven't really done anything. Also, I'm wondering if the grounds have been cleaned of the contamination from the gas. So once the 5 years have expired, in general, what should happen? Again, it looks like we're extending it. Does MLUL allow additional extensions for a typical project? From what I researched, I didn't see anything. So if no further approval is allowed, then my understanding is that the ordinance that this council did in 2024 would be what they'd have to agree to redesign to. Then I also have 435, again, was something else that was asked as well, and it's about the future of Amboy Avenue, and I'm just going to read this just because of time and to give you some background. In 2016, the Amboy Avenue was designated as an area of need of rehabilitation due to aging conditions and other concerns of the stock. Hiring Gruhl and Associates to developed a form-based code to create a cohesive corridor with consistent design standards, pedestrian safety, pedestrian-friendly streets, and buildings that fit the area to character. Over the past decade, however, we've seen multiple variances for any buildings that have been there. For instance, the 979 Amboy Avenue gas station that I just talked about, and the 1037 Amboy Avenue, which is the 4-story building that was also built as well. So residents after this came together, we met with the council, we met with the mayor and the planning board, and at least when we first met with the mayor, he agreed to 3 stories, and then the council decided to agree with us when they voted on that ordinance. So again, it was to address setbacks, architecture, and design. So I want to emphasize that the residents I spoke with and who have been coming to the council meetings, master plan meetings, and planning board meetings have always been behind that. At no meeting did you hear anyone that was on this side of the dais say that they were against the ordinance or that they wanted 4-story buildings. So we wanted to maintain the character of Amboy Avenue as per the studies from Higher Gruel and from the 2024 ordinance. So our concern today is simple. Residents are asking that the standards already adopted in 2024 be followed. The purpose of this ordinance was to reduce ongoing disputes over what is appropriate for each part of the corridor, each property. We don't have the time, and I'm sure you don't want to hear us every single time talk about every single building that's there. We generally don't want to come here to talk about this. It's a bore. It's not fun. We'd like to enjoy our summer. So regarding 1021, which is PM Studios, and 1027, which is Just for Hair, residents are concerned that combining these buildings would create a project that is outside the scope of the ordinance 2024. Now, given that the owner of 1027, which is Just for Hair, purchased 1021 in February, it looks like they're trying to build something that is skirting the ordinance. And in speaking of this 1027 Amboy Avenue, you guys know that I've had an issue with parking. That particular project has the parking that goes over the sidewalk. So I'm hoping that you will not allow that to be compromised again as we allowed for another property. So I'm hoping that you guys will let us know what's going on here.
I'm going to go to the BA. I have a question too, but if you could answer Mr. Nassar's questions about 417 and 435.
417, which is 979 Amboy Avenue, is a study in need of redevelopment. My understanding.
Well, let me ask you.
Let me see if I can answer it. 417 just extends a redevelopment agreement that's already in place, so it's just extending time. That's what
From
417.
2019.
That's what 417 is. 435 is just asking the planning board to determine whether or not it's area in need of redevelopment. It doesn't change any ordinance. It doesn't change the zoning on the property. It just is asking the planning board to make that determination, that conduct that investigation. Should the planning board make a determination or advise the council that they believe that it is an area in need of redevelopment, it then comes back to the council. Council can decide whether or not to designate it as an area in need of redevelopment, and then they can decide whether they want to adopt a redevelopment plan. So redevelopment is a tool that's used in land use. It actually is a tool that gives the council much more control over what happens on a property. So this is just kind of the first step in the process.
I have a question for you, Counselor. On the 417, if we table that, do they run out of time? Like, are they in jeopardy if we table it?
I'd have to think, the answer is yes, because they are out of time. So we do need to do it. I don't know what 2 weeks would do in terms of the change. As you know, I'm not redevelopment counsel, Mr. Northgrave is, so I don't know what the answer would be if we didn't do it.
And how long have they had? They've been sitting on this for 5 years on a redevelopment plan, or over 5 years?
Over 5 years.
So why, if you sit on your hands, why should we care? That's how I look at this. I'm going to pull this for a separate vote. You come here, you get permits from us, you get something from us, you ask our town to do something, then you sit on your hands for 5 years for whatever the reason. You snooze, you lose. Thank you.
Yeah, just a comment on that. From what I understand, there are 2 brothers that own the property. One brother had a heart attack. They have another project that is ongoing in another town. They're aware of their extension. Obviously, the extension provided, I think, is still goodwill. I mean, they made a huge investment to build on the block. Although we have some opposition in the room, it's still someone who came to the table to spend about $9 million to build a building on the block. So the extension has a community benefit tied into it. And, you can sit in weather on, taking a right away from someone who spent $300,000 getting it approved, and just assume someone's going to come in here tomorrow morning and make that investment. It's for those who are objectors who think they win. I would believe you're going to lose, because it'll take another period of time before someone goes back in to reinvest, and you're going to look at a gas station again with cars everywhere, parked everywhere, smashed trucks in front of the place. So it's what it is. And again, you have a right to speak and believe in what you feel is right for the community. So, but we all live in Edison, so we'll see what comes to it.
I was mostly asking about legally, is it allowed?
Your time is up, so I apologize. Thank you.
Sue Malone Barber, Pleasant Avenue.
Welcome.
Pardon?
Welcome.
Thank you. Regarding 417, the actual ordinance says the township requested and the developer has agreed to certain amendments to the redevelopment agreement as set forth herein. And then it says Exhibit A, and Exhibit A is not attached to the agenda. So I would like to know, like, what were the changes to those, to the original, what was amended? Okay, that is 417. Now I want to talk about 435, and no surprises there, I'm sure. Okay, so
I would carry.
in 2016, of June 2016, the council adopted the Amboy Avenue redevelopment plan. In 2024, thanks to former Councilman John Pointer, he put forth a new ordinance that modified several sections of that 2016 plan, which was called the Amboy Avenue redevelopment plan. It covered a lot of things: building heights, parking, setbacks, third floor setbacks, and it wasn't perfect, but it was the best ordinance we'd had to date that protected the character of the neighborhood. So I am unclear why we need to single out 2 properties and declare them in need of redevelopment. I am against even starting this process with the planning board because we know how that goes. They'll send it back, it'll get approved, and because those 2 properties have been declared in need of redevelopment, new zoning that applies to just those properties could take hold. We all know that's true. I am going on record, I'm against it. I don't see any reason to do it. Those properties are well maintained. And I would like to know, my 2 questions are, why is this something we're doing, and who does it benefit? I feel like it's setting a very bad precedent because every single lot on Amboy Avenue could be declared redevelopment and have its own zoning. It's a way to get around spot zoning. We all know that. I urge this council not to approve this ordinance until they understand exactly why it's being brought forward and who it's benefiting. It doesn't make sense to approve it if it's going to go to the planning board, who's going to say yes, and get that ball rolling. I urge you not to approve this ordinance until you know more about it. If you don't know more about it and you vote yes, that vote can be considered arbitrary and capricious and done in favor to serve a developer. And that won't be lost on anyone. Thank you. I'd like my 2 questions answered if you can. Why are we doing it, and who does it benefit?
I'm just waiting for your time to be up. You have 15 seconds left. Any more questions?
I've covered it, yeah, thanks. And then I had one on the other one too, like what's in Exhibit A? What changes were made to the original?
Your time is up. First, it appears to be we're going to carry that resolution to the next meeting. Okay, that seems to be, we may carry it to the next meeting, but
Which one, Joe? 417?
yeah, for 979 Amboy Avenue, it looks,
Okay.
there's a strong possibility we're going to carry it.
Okay, so,
So we'll have further information for you on that.
okay,
But
so 2 questions on 435.
your time is up, so we're not going to do the back and forth. Do you want to sit down, or do you want to just stand there?
I'll stand there while you answer the question.
Okay, but just for point of order, I apologize, you can't speak, we can't go back and forth.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so your other question was for 1021 and 1027, whether that property is deserving to be in an area of need of redevelopment, whether it will circumvent the current ordinance in place. I don't have the answer for that. It's first going to be sent to the planning board, as you would know. I would think that if there is a minimus change to the property that may be granted, I don't have the answer. You've seen this before. You've seen many studies go to the township. I wouldn't, living in the neighborhood, I wouldn't support anything that would be other than what's in the plan itself, give or take an inch left or right. I'm not going to support, as a council member, someone who wants to do something atrocious to that property and build 7 stories when the zone is 3.5. So the professionals at the planning board will make that determination of what they're requesting. And that's just a normal fundamental thing we've done before, and you've seen that here. And yes, other properties could request that, but it is a cost. So as you may believe that people just come to the table, they come to the table spending real dollars to make an improvement to your community, which I think is great. You know, as much as you don't like Dr. Osella's building, God rest his soul, he passed away. And that's a beautiful building. It's a beautiful building that'll be there for decades. And you cannot, and it's 9 units. And still today, you can't see an ounce of traffic that comes out of there that you've argued about before in the past. And I'll stand there in front of the building anytime you want. There's no traffic coming out of there that obstructs the community.
That wasn't my question.
Now, I'm sorry, we're not going back and forth. The question I answered for you is, it will go to the planning board, right? It will go to the planning board, and they'll make a determination for that property. Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Karen Halo. I live in
Welcome, Karen.
Hi, Karen Halo. I live in the Clara Barton section of Edison. So couple things. Joe made a comment, something about 417. I realize it's been tabled for further research.
I have no promise for that, but it looks
Okay,
like we
well,
may be.
possibly.
Yeah, it's a good possibility we're going to table it.
Further research. And you just said something about, well, if it doesn't get built by these developers, we could have a gas station that's pretty horrible. I have news for you. We have lines of people trying to develop in this town without a conscience. They're just developers develop. Okay, it's just that's what they do. So I think if these people have been non-active or non-proactive in 5 years, you would find someone else. Secondly, the height difference in the building has changed, lesser 10 feet. I think that one was approved for 45, and now it's 35, so that has all changed. I also wanted to know, is it, say a building does get developed and the council runs it through, is there anything that says a council member should be excluded from buying a building in that development? I'm just curious, because I know we had some development issues where it seemed like a tie-in to me, so just curious about that. 1021 to 1027 Amboy Avenue resolution. That's the last little green space we have in Clara Barton. There's literally a little lawn there next to the school. So do we have like a density issue or something? Or I'm just curious how that all works. I know redevelopment's great and we want to see the neighborhood move forward. Do we have any green space figured in? Do we have any cohesiveness with the other buildings? So we kind of have a vibe in Clara Barton section. So that was the questions I have for tonight. Thank you for your time.
You have 2 minutes left.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
So, to your first question, the property at 1021 would be the same answer. It's going to redevelopment. It's going to be given to the planning board for an area redevelopment study, and that it would be a professional study given back to us, and the council will look at that. They will then go to the planning board and have a full planning board hearing that you'll attend and see, like every other planning board hearing, and you can object like you have in the past. I don't see them having an opportunity to build something larger than what the scale of the ordinance would be, give or take some minor minimus things they may ask for. But today I don't have the answer. I haven't seen the plan, but you will see the plan of what they're trying to accomplish at the planning board. As far as whether council people could you reiterate that question? You still have
Okay.
time.
I'm
I was
just curious,
confused.
if people vote on something in a town and it seems like if they buy a piece of property on it, maybe it's a controversial issue in our town or a controversial development. Should council members be able to buy into that development even though it's controversial?
And Councilor.
Just a question.
Councilmen cannot vote on matters in which they have a personal interest.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. Kemi Omoni, Edison, New Jersey. I've come out to talk about what John Pointer has talked about. The same thing that Joyce has speak about. Same thing that Arthur came out to speak about. Christine, Sue, and
Point of order.
myself.
Thank you for coming. If you can speak directly to the microphone, just people need to hear, that's all. But from what I heard so far, you're here to speak about the same things that Dr. Nasser spoke about and Ms. Ship, correct? Okay, if you can tell us what questions you may have.
The same question. The one you tried to dodge by talking about the building that we did not agree with. Sue just asked you a question now. You live around that area. We from Clarabatin happens to be the only people that are always here, coming to talk about things promised that is not fulfilled, things that are written down that people don't work on. And you'll be very bored sitting down there asking them, do you want the question to be answered now? And if you want to answer the question, you'll be talking about the question we didn't even ask about. What happened to your conscience? You now was talking about, oh, you live around that area, you can't be looking and allow things to work. We don't believe you again. We really do not believe you. Other councilmen are sitting down. I can make bold to say that nobody has ever come to talk about that, where he's living, him, only us from Clarabatin. And when questions are asked, you just leave whatever question that is being asked from you and pick up a topic. That particular building that you were talking about, do you know that over that house, people are looking into the bedroom of other people that live beside the house? Do you know how difficult is it for children to pass in front of that building, going to Habatuba, the middle school? What happened to you? What happened to your conscience? Position should be used at least to make whatever you live better. We are ashamed of coming here every time to ask for promises that will not be done. People are sitting at home and looking at you. You got to work on your integrity. I'm really tired, and I'm quite sure they're tired. And this is not good on your name. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Any other speakers for the public portion? Seeing none, can I have a motion to close the public portion?
Motion.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We're going to have a motion to, first I'm going to pull for a separate vote for my right, Councilman Brescher.
417, 418, and 435.
Okay, Councilmember Dima?
None at this time.
Councilmember Salshmiel?
No.
Councilman Patil?
I just need a clarification 289, but I'll pull that for a separate vote if those clarifications are answered. 417 and 435.
Councilman Kentos?
Yeah, 417, 418, 435.
One second. Okay, but first, can we have a separate roll call on 417? Can I have a motion?
Council President, we should just pass the rest of the agenda and then we go back to the internal line items.
Sure. Okay, motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Motion.
Withholding 417, 418, 435.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Second. Can I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Dima.
Yes.
Councilmember Kentos.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Coyle.
Yes.
No. The answer is you just go through each one of them.
Okay.
So on 417, there's a motion to table.
Okay, 417 is a motion to table. Can I have a second?
Second.
The 417. This is not for, this is the only one I agree with to table.
Who made the
It's
first?
for 979, correct? Amboy Avenue?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And who made the first?
Kentos made the first, second was,
Kentos again. That's why I'm
oh,
questioning.
okay, motion.
Oh, I was the first?
You were.
And who's the second for 417?
Second.
Dima.
Dima, second. Okay,
And this is being motion to table to August 26th?
Correct.
That would be the next
Yeah,
meeting?
yeah,
Okay.
26.
do you have roll call or no?
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Dima.
Yes.
Councilmember Kentos.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes. 418, no one had a discussion on 418. This is for 10 Brunswick Avenue, is that correct?
Yeah, I got a lot of, I got some questions about that, but I didn't have time to send them to the administration. That I believe the rehabilitation center's there right now, or something like that. There's some questions from some residents, so I'm going to ask it to be tabled. I need to learn
Okay,
more.
motion to table? From Kentos, Councilman Kentos, have a second? No second, the motion fails to table. 435, can I have a motion to table?
Motion to table.
Can I have a second? No motion to table, motion fails to table. Both are on the agenda. Can I have a motion to adopt 417, 435, added to the consent agenda?
417's tabled.
I'm 418, 435.
Correct.
Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, roll call. This is voting on 418 and 435 to the consent agenda.
Right, but Council President, don't we normally get
No,
the
we
comment?
to adopt. They're just motions to
There's
adopt.
motion to adopt. There's no council comments.
As to why we pulled it?
Well, the discussion was already, this is for 10 Brunswick Ave, and this is for,
Right, but
10:20.
normally when we pull stuff for a separate vote, there's a time for us to speak about why we pulled it.
Yeah, I kind of
We
wrapped
just went-
that into why I was
we just
pulling
went,
it, but-
just a point of order, we went through an entire
I think
discussion.
Rich wanted to speak.
We went through an entire
Councilman Brescher.
discussion and public comment on the two locations. One is.
We always get a time to
Emory
speak.
Avenue. If you choose to, it's fine. You lost the motion to pull it from the table. If you want to clarify and continue, it's fine,
Council
but,
President, you're entirely wrong. I didn't lose any.
I'm sorry, you didn't pull that. I apologize. But the motion has been lost on the table,
I
not
asked
for you,
I asked
to
for-
table.
I asked for it to be pulled.
It's been voted on.
And then typically we make a comment about it. That's all that I was asking. Wasn't asking whether I couldn't table it or any other things. It was just that was what we normally do, is that when we pull something, we get to speak about it.
Do you wish to comment, Mr. Brescher?
Yes.
Continue.
And that goes to the three items that I pulled. Unfortunately, I myself didn't get enough information. Well, I might have the information. I didn't have the time to look at it because my real concern was about the budget. And just to state this moving forward, to be perfectly honest with you, seeing how haphazardly I feel, right, we approve things in the town, unless we end up getting like an economic development officer, of which numerous council people have told me was going to happen for years and years and years, but nobody can seem to deliver on it, even though they vote yes on everything the mayor asked for, including his overburdened budget. I just don't feel it's appropriate that I vote yes to any redevelopment projects until we get an economic development person brought in here. Otherwise, it just seems like a waste of the time. Public's always upset, no matter what we do. We can't even really defend it. So that's just where I stand on it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you.
Yeah, Council President,
Yes.
I was expecting a separate vote for 435 and 418. I think we clubbed it.
Okay, I can do a separate vote, not a problem. Let's finish council comments and I'll reintroduce the vote.
For 435, my comment is very simple. This area was studied for long enough, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. I'm on this council. We all know what should be developed here. I'm not in favor of doing any or giving any specific treatment to any lot and block in that neighborhood. And Councilman Coyle, Council President, very well. We had dozens of meetings here, residents came in. We finally, chalked down the plan, including the appearance and how it should look like. And this council adopted the ordinance. In fact, it is also recorded in our master plan. It cannot be more than 3.5 stories. So I'm not sure why this resolution is in front of this council asking to send it to the planning board when they pretty much know what they can build there. And that's the reason I will not be supporting this resolution.
Councilman Mateo, I think what you've stated is true to your opinion, but we are going to see that ordinance. That's going to come to us, and we'll have a chance to vote on that as a council. And at that time, we can vote it down. Are you aware of that?
I know that, but this is a resolution we are already sending to the planning board. Again, planning board is going to send it. I'm pretty sure we'll continue to vote on yes or no, and this will again go back to planning board, and this process will be endless loop. And I don't expect the residents to be here and keep, talking about this. My only thing is, if we spend enough money and time in rehashing what can be developed in that neighborhood, let's stick to those plans and let's get it moving. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so can I have a motion? Do you have any other council comments on 418 and
Council
435? Yes.
I don't see an issue with sending this back to the planning board to look over this resolution. We're not committing to any development. We're simply looking to get some feedback from the planning board. And before any development commences, it's going to come before this board, and then this board will decide if development should proceed. So voting on something so de minimis, I don't think is an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council
Other
President.
council comments?
I only say that it's an attempt to make it a spot
Excuse me.
zoning, which
Can
I'm
we
not
just have,
supporting.
can we just have a point of order? Is there any other council comments?
Councilman, I said that this is an attempt to spot zone that particular lot and block. That's the reservation I have.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Can I have a motion to adopt 418 added to the consent agenda?
No, it's not it's a motion to adopt. It's just a
Motion to adopt. Oh, motion to adopt, 418. Council members, I'm taking for a motion to adopt 418. Hearing no motion to adopt 418, the motion fails. Motion to adopt 435.
Motion to adopt 435.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Dima.
Yes.
Councilmember Kentos.
No.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
No.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Passes.
Okay. Okay, we're going to move to oral petition and remarks. Any from the public who'd like to come up and speak? Now's your time to speak.
Okay.
Welcome.
Okay, hi. Margot Harris, 43 Oak Hills Road. You know,
Okay, Ms. Harris, just the microphone, if you can pull it to you.
Sure. Okay. I hated on July 20th that Councilman Kentos, Councilman Patel, and Councilman Patil weren't here. But what I hate even more is being lied to as to why they weren't here. And I'm referring to you, Councilman Kentos, where you told me that your plane was delayed coming back from Punta Cana. And yet, in doing some research, I look on Facebook, and there on July 20th, you posted photos from your garden, lovely photos of your bounty from your garden and flowers and all of that. But that would indicate that if you took those pictures and posted them on July 20th because you were away before then you weren't delayed. The problem was you weren't delayed from your flight. You chose not to come to the meeting. Councilman Patel, you and I spoke on the phone for quite a while, and you told me that you were having dental surgery. What I'm hearing is that it wasn't really dental surgery. You had cavities filled. Big difference between having a cavity filled and dental surgery. And so that was a lie. Now, Councilman Patil, you and I really didn't speak until briefly outside of council chambers when we were coming in tonight. For you, you admitted, and to your credit, admitted that you just decided to stay home because you weren't happy with the process. So I respect that you were honest about that. I still don't like the fact that you didn't come here and talk about your grievances, about what was going on. I think that would have been much more valuable for the public. So, I'm disturbed. I'm disturbed about the original crime, and I'm disturbed about the cover-ups that went on with this. For you, Council President Coyle, I do want to commend you, and I did this with texting you when we spoke also, but I wanted the public to know I appreciated the way you handled that Thursday emergency meeting. I think it was a very difficult meeting, and I think you handled it with dignity, and somehow we got through all of that, and so I wanted to compliment you on that. So that's really my comments about my own grievances.
If you could please carry your conversation outside. I'm sorry, point of order,
Okay.
They're speaking of you.
Finally, completely separate, and I know it's on the events coming up that will come up after council comments, but I want to stress that the Cultural Arts Committee is going to be sponsoring the Jazz Festival that's going to be at the Edison Main Library, 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. this coming Thursday. We're going to have a dance performance, and we're going to have a pianist with a vocalist, and it promises to be really nice. It's free, and so we're hoping that all of you will come out and enjoy this. We had a great turnout last year. This is going to be indoors so that we don't have to worry anymore about weather conditions. So come on out. Thank you, everybody.
Council President.
Council members, I just wanted to be clear. First, Ms. Harris, thank you for your comments. I appreciate you recognizing the leadership here at the council. But I also want to say to my colleagues, you do not have to answer any questions, and I don't recommend it, although you're not going to like me saying that, Ms. Harris, but I don't want to go into a back and forth on what you feel you should have been here or not been here
I
for.
didn't ask any questions.
Okay.
I didn't ask any
You were
questions.
asking members of the council. Okay, there's no questions. Okay, great.
I asked no
You
questions.
just commented. Okay, great. That's even better. Okay, but I am thankful for those members who've come here for the emergency meeting. All members came. And for the members that are here tonight, which are all members, we did the right thing for Edison. And at the end of the day, for the confusion or whatever issue they had with the budget, with the mayor, we're here today. So I'm thankful for that. If you choose to comment, that's your choice, but
Council President.
Please.
And
Sure.
Mr. Renon, if I'm off the line anywhere, just please stop me. Because this is very personal. Some resident, former councilwoman came and questioned my health here. All the people sitting on this dais knows what I went through that week. Council President, you saw me in Warren. You came to, someone here gave me a ride. Someone here checked on some other things. I had 4 treatments going on that day. And I don't want to go deep into what kind of surgery. There were members from the administration, they know about it. The situation that I go through in my personal life, and this resident who commented about my health knows about what I go through every single day, every single week, 5-6 blood tests, the cardiology test, the stress test, the nuclear stress test, and whatnot I have went through last couple of weeks. Abdominal ultrasound last Thursday. I have gone through numerous medical procedures last couple of weeks. And I told in the last council meeting here that should I have known that this would be the repercussions, no matter what my situation would have been, I would have came and voted on the budget. I said that in the last council meeting. It is so disgraceful. We do service over here for the residents. We try our best. Like Councilman Patil and Mr. Council President Coyle and everyone said, we have worked tirelessly, all of us, on this budget. Some council members asked a lot of questions, some did not. Everyone here has put a lot of time and efforts. There were a lot of discussions outside of the council meetings. In the health situation, I may be smiling right now. I'm upset right now because someone chooses to come here for the service that we do over here, for the residents that we serve, to attack and question our health over here, right? A lot of people on this dais, the mayor, the administration, many of them know what I go through in my life every day. You also know what I go through, right? This is utterly disgraceful for us to go through this, to go through someone coming and saying you have this kind of surgery or that kind of surgery, when I have going through all these medical treatments. Very disgraceful and very disappointed, and very, very sad that this day has to come.
Thank you for your comments, Councilman, but I'm sorry. Next speaker.
Dr. Nasser, Pleasant Avenue. So I'm going to talk about a couple of things. Thank you. So I want to talk about Amboy Avenue and about the repaving, raised manholes, new sidewalks, the drainage, possibly new trash cans, seating, or whatever. I was told that maybe it's going to be starting next month. I was wondering if I could get information about that. I asked the engineer and the secretary, but I haven't gotten any information. So if that can be something that's addressed later on. Speaking of the penny saved, penny earned last year, I was asking and telling the traffic department to hold off on striping because I knew that we were going to possibly repave. And again, that was somewhere I was looking for us to save money, but it was done. And thankfully it was because the repaving didn't get done. Now, again, I did ask earlier about the combined council meetings. As we can see, there's a lot of resolutions that go by. There were questions that were not able to be answered today, so things have to be tabled. I think that it's best to try to split these meetings, especially when we're getting close to 50% of combined council meetings. It's a very long meeting to go ahead and attend. And apparently from one of the votes that you had here, you want me to come back. So you're welcoming me back, I guess. I'd rather not come here and not be at this mic, but that's what you're asking me to do. So the other thing is 417. I was trying to make a comment, and I know it's out of time, but this is why a back and forth would actually be better. I'm torn with that one. I was asking legally, can they ask for another extension? Just are they able to do that? Now, I do like that something's going to be built there, and I'd rather have something there than nothing. But again, I was looking for a legal answer on that. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. Again, something is better than that dilapidated gas station over there. It'd be better if it could follow the other ordinance that we passed, but you never know what's going to be able to be put there. As for 435 Amboy Avenue, I'm taking note of some of the votes that keep happening from the last council, this council over here. I'm going to wait until it comes back from the planning board then, I guess, and then look at your vote. But it seems like there's always a play on Amboy Avenue. Is it coming from above and you just have to agree with it? What is going on exactly? I've asked questions. I probably shouldn't have been here tonight as well because I've had other things going on, as well as other people too. I'm not going to discuss them. But with the Dr. Assell's building, the one that was adjacent to him, and again, he passed away, I feel bad, spoke about it at great length at the first meeting that our ordinances are not being followed, and that's the reason why that building has parking where a sidewalk should be next to a school. We put all our arguments at that planning board, and we go planning board to planning board. They don't listen to us. Unless we have an attorney, whatever I say does not matter, and I can't believe, and I'm going to, again, give you the opportunity to correct a mistake, possibly if it is. I can't believe that you're going to make Clara Barton go to the planning board meeting again, waste our time, do our due diligence, and we're going to lose. But maybe that's the play there. But I'm going to hope that this area of redevelopment is, and they're trying to actually make it, they're trying to make it to an area of redevelopment right now. What are the reasons for allowing it to be an area of redevelopment from rehabilitation? Do we meet the criteria for that? For rehabilitation, it's old stock. Are we meeting the criteria for redevelopment?
Counselor.
So there's a couple of questions. First, I just want to apologize for not being able to answer the questions about 417. All of this information was in council's packet for the meeting of July 20th. So on 417, it was an amendment to include an affordable housing component, which is 20%, and for $150 contribution, $150,000 contribution to sidewalks, as well as extending now, because they were delayed in their planning board approval, extending the time for completion for 24 months. So those were the changes to that agreement. So everybody knows what that is. As to the second part of it, the point, and I think Councilman Shmuel made this point, the point of asking the planning board to conduct the study is for the planning board to determine whether or not those conditions exist. There are 9, I believe, separate categories of conditions, any one of which can result in an area in need of redevelopment designation under the law. But what we're asking, we're not predetermining what it is. We're not telling the planning board, does this condition exist? We're asking the planning board to take a look at it, tell us whether or not the building is in such a condition it has building violations, it's functionally obsolescent, those kind of issues, which would lead to a designation. So we're just at this point in time, I think you're assuming we've presupposed what the result is, but we really haven't. All we're doing now is just asking them to do it. It's a reasonable and frequent occurrence here when we ask the planning board those questions. And by the way, if the planning board comes back and says, yes, those conditions exist, it still requires the council to take a vote to make the designation. So it's almost like being against conducting a study. It's just conducting a study. So those are I hope that I was able to answer those 2 questions, and I apologize I wasn't able to answer the question on 417 fast enough.
Doctor, I think you've done a great job enforcing, the criteria of the ordinance to make sure we get every point for the residents. I mean, you lost on the sidewalks, but you also won on a smaller building and less units. I can't promise what the planning board does when it gets to the planning board, and I know you're well aware. I'm for seeing positive growth on the block, and to this point today, for this particular building, it's going to the planning board, it's going to come back. As Saf said, we're going to look at it. I'll look at it with you. You've been in contact with me. When you're not here, I've offered a courtesy to sit down with you, and I like that dialogue. I'm not going to agree to just anything. But I just hope that we can respect the opportunity of what the investment is and how it makes the neighborhood better. If it doesn't, I'm all for hearing that. My ship has sailed on Amboy Avenue to do much. They don't want to develop the J, they don't want to develop certain things. It's fine. I'm way past that horizon is well over. But for those who are coming to the table, we'll listen to them and we'll see what happens. And I'm open to sit down with each and every one of you and see where the criteria doesn't fit or it's expanding. So this is just a first swing at the table with this property. It is a combined property. It's not an ugly site like the gas station. It's still decent, has some frontage like another resident said. So I'm here, I'm listening. But for right today, it's gonna be 90 days before anything happens. You know that. So if anything, it gave us more time to prepare ourselves and sit down with Councilmember Pointer, who rewrote some of the ordinance, who probably has the most knowledge of what can and can't be done there. As I mentioned, he's probably your best person to speak to sometimes because he rewrote it with Councilmember Nish, well, himself or whomever. So I hope that helps you. I mean, and I know most people think I have a different opinion, but I'm here to see some things come together. But if they don't, I'm fine looking at, the PM studios, whatever it is.
Can I get answers to repaving?
The repaving? Oh, so we're talking about you had questions on the sidewalks?
The entire Amboy Avenue is supposed to be repaved and the flooding and all that stuff.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the engineer just left, and I was hoping we could discuss that, and I don't want to make this a back and forth dialogue. Do you have some comments?
I do. We're working on the design portion of it, but I will get an actual update and I have Mr. Akhtar's email. I'll send him the exact details of where we are with the design work.
Yeah. And for the restriping, I get phone calls, people want to see the crosswalks properly striped, whether we were paving or not. So as much as I don't want to put good money on top of bad money, but for those safety, it just matters that we keep them looking bright. So that's going to happen no matter what. But the paving, I'm hoping to have a meeting next week or the end of this week about that. So I'm more concerned what's going on with the redevelopment of the curbing and the beds, and that's something I spoke to Mr. Porter about as well. That's going to be exciting. That's actually the best improvement for us to keep an eye on is how and what we do with the improvements of the curbing and flooding. So, but I will promise to sit down with you as first I know. Thank you.
Councilman Coyle,
Yes.
can I ask, Amboy Avenue, how many times has that been repaved in like the last 8 years? I mean, and what's the problem that we have to keep on repaving it? Is there a structural sinkhole like up in North Jersey, or shoddy workmanship? Nobody's watching the store.
Oh, come on.
I mean, I'm just saying, why?
I mean, I'm not an expert, Councilman, but I think it's been paved at least 2 times in 5 years, 6 years. Right? And the county came through and paved it. But at the end of the day, it serves about 20,000, commuters.
No, but I'm just saying that it seems like it's problematic because we don't have that running and happening on the other roads in the town.
I can ask for a study. I'm not an expert.
We had a problem with the manholes. I mean, multitude of problems down there. And what we do is, we just grind it up, we repave it, millions of dollars gone, right? But we approve the budget to approve the millions of dollars, like Sonia said before. But right, I guess we don't really want to solve the real problem.
Well, Councilman,
It's okay, Councilman. Thank you very much. for your
I'd love to
input.
speak to you offline about that, but both of us are not experts on paving, and I don't think you can possibly debate paving because you're not an expert in paving, and neither am I. But if you want to be a doctor tomorrow, I'll listen to that too. But you make a point. We got to do some stuff there. We have to improve the manholes. I held it up last year. I could have had it paved, and I wanted to lift the manholes. So that mistake was on me. We could have had it, but I want to make sure they're lifted so we don't keep hitting the manholes and sinking down. So cost of good work and delayed paving. I apologize. Miss Shipp, how are you?
Not bad, Coyle. I know and I see the disappointment in the people. They know that.
Welcome.
They know from their street, and the people know from Polanski Park that I spoke to earlier. They know like this is just redundant. They just come in here just to come because nothing's really going to change. back and forth because, and I seen it too because I told them all, I said, that whole show about the furlough and all, that was nothing but a big show. You knew good and well that the budget was going to pass. You know how you knew the budget was going to pass? Because I sat here and I watched people and I noticed that the police person that was here, I got to have that armored truck. They didn't read one paper, get a drop of information on it. Love that pork, love the pork at all. I watch them back and forth with the pork. You know what I mean? So we can scream and yell and say, oh, this council person wasn't there, this council person was sick, this person didn't, we can say that. But you know one thing? Let's talk about all the people that vote for the pork the whole time. Nobody was not gonna fund the police. Nobody was gonna fund the fire department. The mayor and his administration wanted to put on this whole big show so we could be known all over. People was calling me from Texas saying, what are y'all doing there? I said, we're putting on a show. That's what we do in Edison. We like the craziness. We live for the craziness. But you're telling me that you're doing the street and the Amboy Avenue section and making sure it doesn't flood and stuff. Yeah, I want my money spent there. Making unnecessary parks, buying unnecessary stuff, giving people 24 hours of police protection, all that kind of stuff. All that kind of stuff is just pork, all right? So I just want us to do the right thing and pay for the right things because you know what? The police and the fire department don't have to worry about it. If you guys cut back on the pork, they never have to sit back in here again, all right? I don't really see anything that they're moving forward in different information. Now, I remember because somebody asked me, Joyce, how are they able to do X, Y, and Z? I told them, I said, in the budget, it's under umbrella. But I know for a fact, when I was doing the budget on the finance committee, I met with the head of the police department. What you need, what the different percentage was. I met with the chief of the fire department. That's what you do for a real budget. You have your finance committee, you meet with each group, and you see what they need, you see the finances, and you never have to come to this, what you're doing right now. But most of the people, they don't even understand the budget. They just say, oh, we got to spend that for public safety. Oh, we got to spend that for recreation. And this year, out of the blue, all of a sudden, they started getting into the education business. All right, now that's my specialty, education. So I know that. So I don't know why people took and jumped into the education thing. If your house is not in order, you can't go next door and clean somebody else's house. You need to clean your own house first. And the amount of time, because I kept asking for this budget didn't come to about April, and then they kept telling me, oh, well, the budget was late. Yeah, the budget was late my year. You know why the budget was late? COVID. Everybody had to be inside. Well, one thing I respect, and I'll say it again about Mayor Lanky, he sat for like almost 3 hours, and he took questions from the whole town of Edison. He found out what everybody wanted. But I'm gonna tell you, most of y'all, if it's not in your neighborhood, you don't care if the whole building falls down. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Council President?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment.
And for just point of order, for those who are standing up, if you sat down, I can keep you in order. I'll know you're next, and just so you don't have to stand and relax, I apologize. The line was important before. Councilmember Besher?
Yes. A lot of what our ex-councilwoman, Ms. Joyce Ship-Friedman,
Council President, please.
She was Council President also, said is true. But I would like to commend this council body that sits here today. And I want to tell you why. In 13 years, I believe it was 13, might be 14 years, the council body has never cut a budget in this town, just has given free will to every mayor that we've had. But this council body actually took it serious about cutting approximately $300,000, which on a $181 million budget was a big ask of mine, I know. It's 0.165%. We couldn't even cut it like a 20th of a percent. And I do hope that maybe next year this council body could look at making some kind of cut to a budget. And did we spend time? An inordinate amount of time. We had to bring the press here. If the press didn't come, I'll bet you we wouldn't even have entertained a .165 budget cut. But this council body actually did that. So I'd like to commend my colleagues in this, thinking about cutting it, and maybe we can do it next year. Maybe we can get to like 1.7 or something. But thank you, Council
Thank you,
President.
Councilman Brescher. Good point. Welcome. How are you today?
Hello again, Thomas Leckie, Netherwood Circle, Edison. Earlier tonight, Elizabeth Conway asked about a sinkhole on Netherwood Circle. I just want to say that on July 14th, I submitted a citizen request ID 128004 regarding the sinkhole at 25 Netherwood Circle. At the same time, Council President Coyle, as you want to be kept abreast, and if there's any comments and all, I emailed you that citizen request. 2 weeks went by, still heard crickets. I emailed you again, crickets again. Okay. Earlier, when I was standing in line, I saw a gentleman go and talk to Elizabeth Conway. Turns out that's the director of DPW. Aren't they supposed to, as your website says, to provide updates of when, per the citizen request, on the progress of it? It's nothing. The system has a internal flaw. I get information from the police department when I put in a citizen request. I get information, but it's haphazard. It's haphazard, and it's wrong. You should do what you say you're going to do. So I was assured, and I'll use that term loosely, that that'll be addressed tomorrow. But that's not more than just putting a patch in. It's gotten bigger over time, and now you're going to have to do some major surgery on the road. Earlier today, you talked about you wish you had a crystal ball for the budget. You do. It's called historical data. I worked in the engineering arena, as I've professed many times, and when I put together budgets, a lot more, a lot less than what this town is operating on for a project that I was doing. A lot of times we didn't work in that area for a long time, but we knew the historical data. We took that data and we applied it, and that's how we developed our budget. So yes, you do have a crystal ball. When I see when I see that you've adopted a budget for the township, as well as the sewer department, as well as the solid waste, or is the solid waste now going to be handled as a separate budget like this, or bill like the sewer, or is that going to be blended into the township budget? Because then our taxes have gone up a little bit more even. And lastly, I want to talk. I think a while ago, a couple meetings ago, I talked about the Netherwood 500. I had a police officer come up to me from the traffic division, and he said, "Where exactly do you live?" I told him. He came over to my house the next morning, on Thursday morning, and he agreed. You need to put more police on the road. In addition to the rank and file of the patrolmen, you need to put, I don't know if you do, but your lieutenants, your captains, whoever, they need to go out on the road and enforce the laws. As I've said, and I'll repeat again, red lights are just a suggestion. People blow through stop signs. There's rampant speeding. You talk about taking Grove Avenue and dropping it down to 25 miles an hour. Don't see that where that's going to help. Thank you. Wait for your response.
Thank you. As far as, can we have an answer for the solid waste budget and why it's separate, please?
Yes, part of the community is covered by the sanitation district, and the people who live within that district receive a separate bill. All other taxpayers, solid waste collection is funded through the budget.
Okay, as far as your complaint for 128004 25 Neverwood Circle for the pothole, I'm surprised someone hasn't gone out there. I mean, I will get your report on how responsive we are to those requests. I mean, I bet we're batting, 9 out of 10 complaints are handled. I'll provide you a report on how, listen, I understand that your complaint was not handled because you're here, but to state that nothing happens or that we need to revamp the system, it's better than it's ever been. And that's my opinion. Dana has left that department. She's in recreation now. There's been a change of staff in there. I'll find out and we'll get to the bottom of it. We're going to patch your hole. You've still the director here tonight. I'm sure he's going to go out there and take care of it. Plenty of people have contact with all of us here, including Ms. Conway, and a lot of people can reach out to a council member. To fix a pothole is simple. Anyone here on the council would reach out to the director and make that happen. I understand you went through the citizen's complaint, and it's better for all of us, but I can promise you, I'll provide you a report, and we'll get on this right away. That's all the questions you had.
Council President?
Okay, we're gonna.
Just want to make one remark because, the question was, and Ken, correct me if I'm wrong, will there be a separate bill? I think it's a part of the tax. It's a garbage district.
No, the answer is that for the properties that are in the solid waste district, they get a separate, there's a solid waste.
I'm also in the same district,
Correct. So you get a separate.
It's a part of the tax. It's a separate tax there.
It's on your tax bill. But it's a separate tax. So I shouldn't say it's a separate bill. It's on your tax bill.
Yes.
For everyone else, they pay for their solid waste. They pay to a private hauler.
True.
So I just want to make the distinction between the two. It's not that some people are taxed and some people aren't. Some people are taxed and get a service. Other people are not taxed and they pay for the services themselves.
It's one bill. That's just want to clarify. Yep.
We have another speaker. Please come up. I apologize. You waited a lot longer than 10 minutes to speak.
Yeah, I was.
And I should have just let you continue about this one issue, and I apologize.
No, I'm really speaking on behalf of the recreation.
You have 4 minutes to talk about all you want on this subject, which is the.
Sure. I've spoken with my mother-in-law, and my husband is also in accounting, so we spoke a lot on this issue. So. I just they have a question that why was the furloughs happen not at the end of the pay period of July 22nd, and why were they getting paid, the furloughed people, were they paid on that July 22nd because it's the last day of the pay period, and when will the $150 tax increase happen, when will it apply, and will it apply to senior citizens? And I just do want to note that I do see the changes that I like in Edison. I do appreciate that. We weren't happy with what had happened, just because everybody else has summer camp, everybody else gets their things taken care of, but not our town. You know what I mean? So that's all I have to say. I'm waiting for your response.
And I mean, how many days were you without care?
2 days. And I actually, on a side note, I'm actually a therapist at Roosevelt Care Center. And I was very upset because I serve the community every single day. And how am I able to serve the community, the elderly, if I have no care for my child? So that's.
I'm sorry. We still have plenty of time. I'm sorry that happened. And again, in defense of my council members, I don't think they intended to not come to a vote for the temporary budget. The temporary budget was on the agenda. They would have voted for that, and that was the impact it had. Let me move to get some answers for you through our BA. Would you answer some questions, please?
Sure. There was another question previously that she had asked, and I noted. So for the furloughs, those part-time staffers, they will get paid this upcoming pay period. Secondly, all of the refunds will be at the August council meeting. So a resolution needs to go to the body in order to get all of the refunds applied to the parents for those 2 days.
And when will we voted on the budget, when will the tax increase? When can you expect that the difference in taxes is?
Estimated tax bills went out for the third quarter, which was due August 1st. So the adjustment will be made beginning with the fourth quarter tax bill starting November 1st.
Okay. And does that answer all your questions? You still have time. You have a minute left.
Yeah, and also my other question about when will the $150 tax increase happen for the, per resident?
I think he just said it's in
sorry,
November 1st. It's November 1st.
November 1st of this
Yeah.
year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize you waited that long to speak. I really am.
Council President,
Sure.
where do we get a $150 tax increase?
Well, she was just giving an approximate. It's not 150 at all, but she was asking for when the amount will impact.
I also have a.
It's inaccurate. It's
Yeah,
not 150.
and when will the senior citizens have a discount on that tax increase? Thank you very much.
It's just 7 minutes left. Are the seniors impacted?
So the seniors who have the freeze aren't, and of course, there's also the stay NJ that they'd get back depending on their income qualification. So those are the two things that impact seniors.
Okay. Her time is up. We're going to move to the next speaker. Thank you very much.
My name is Kulbinder Dhamija. I hope after some time you will remember my name.
Sure,
I keep
welcome.
coming here unless you remember my name.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. I want to again talk about the budget, what happened, all those happening 1 week back. And what I gather, what I hear, what I see, what my thinking is that everybody on the council, the mayor, the administration, everybody was keen that all the employees get their pay. So why this happened? We could come up with a process where it never happens again. And I would request that if the president could share with us what he can do in 1 month, 2 months, whatever time it takes, talk to the council, talk to the union leaders, talk to the employees, talk to me. I'll give you a solution. Any problems you have in the town, talk to me. I have time. I have certain amount of brain. I'll spend time with you and figure out a solution. So please find one so this doesn't happen again. And again, what I hear is people who are required in emergency, they all worked and they got paid for those 2 days. And people who were not required, they didn't work. They were furloughed and they got paid. So what is happening? People don't work, they get paid. People who work and they are working, whatever it is in storms, they just get paid. To me, that's not in equilibrium. That's not right. So that's why we need a process where that doesn't happen. And there should be no distinction to me. Every employee is an employee. And for that family, that employee's job is an emergency. That family needs the money coming from that person who's employed. So to me, there should be no distinction made. Every employee is important. They should be assured of their jobs. And nobody should be taken out or removed from the job position or fired, whatever you call it, for lack of budget. I even last time spoke that every employee's job should be sacred. It should be protected. So first line item should have always is 80 million, whatever number is for next year. That is protected. And there is a way of doing it. And even if the budget doesn't pass, this should be the first line item every time to extend the budget for next 1 year for those employees. That is one thing. Second thing I've been thinking about, I heard a lot about police officers doing a good job. Yes, they are doing, of course, I agree. Emergency workers, firefighters, employees. I never heard in last 3 months anyone talking about the military people who are deployed. So I am sorry that, either Edison doesn't care, that is not acceptable to me at least. So to me, there should be a the council or administration, this is my question to you. Do you have a list of the residents whose family member is deployed? Please answer me after my time is over. And of course, I don't know if the township knows, So that's very important. People who are deployed, their families are here. It could be a dozen, could be 100, could be 5, I don't know. I know of one family at least, So please spend some time on this and take care of the families. When the person is out, person is deployed, whether it's a him or she, doesn't matter. The person is deployed, look after their families over here. And take care of the township employees. And make sure their jobs are secure, they sleep peacefully for the whole year. And not depend on what goes on here. You all have the best intentions, I heard. I agree. I agree with you that you have the best intentions. And I also believe that you do your best for the township. And I hope that people get some reward for that. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I think some of your statement is not accurate. Sonia, did everybody get paid who did not come to work?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay. Did anybody stay home? He made a statement that people got paid and they were home. There was some
The
inaccuracy.
people who were furloughed got paid for those days.
Correct.
Okay.
So
They got paid.
they didn't get charged 6 days. They got paid for that day.
You can't charge them
Pursuant
sick
to
days.
their union contract. So that's the answer and the township policy.
There's no misunderstanding between
So
you.
that there's not any misunderstanding. I don't want anybody to think anything other than that.
Okay.
Council President?
Okay, and wait, I think he just said, he also had, okay, that was his questions. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just one comment when you talked about the military. In this town here, what we do is we can put a lot of sand down and play a lot of music for young people to go to and disturb all the neighbors. But what we can't seem to get straight, and we have council people in this audience here, ex-council people, that sat here and tried to get this administration to do things, but we have a Veterans Memorial, I believe, that was proposed some 4 years ago. It's a matter of putting some headstones, a flagpole, right, some lights, right across the street on Route 27. And we can't do that for our military. In fact, I believe we have a committee for our Veterans Committee, and we can't even get veterans that want to serve on the committee appointed. Because of, so every other administration could appoint people, but now we have issues because of technicalities and who can appoint. The council and the mayor both appoint, but get the work done for the veterans. But what I see here in Edison, because we're the ones that did the flag ban, right, is that we are anti-military just about, right, anti-American. That's just my opinion, or we get that Veterans Park done, and it would be done before the next holiday we have. After Bob Deal left, I think that thing just fell into a big, dark, deep hole. But that would be a council president.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Next speaker, please.
Hi. So I just have a couple comments. Those two properties that are going to the planning board now will come back as needing redevelopment. They're beautifully maintained. There's a lot of green, mature trees on both those properties, but they will come back as needing redevelopment because they meet the criteria for the age of the structure. Next year, my house will be 100 years old. Right in Clara Barton. I defy anyone to tell me my house is in need and my property is in need of rehabilitation. But my question is, and maybe this is for council, anybody can build on Amboy Avenue if they have the means, the zoning's there, they could build. They want to combine lots, that's a ordinance that they can apply for, a zoning ordinance. So what is the advantage to property owners and or developers to have properties declared redevelopment, in need of redevelopment?
I don't.
We're going to, excuse me, I'm going to wait for her to finish,
Yeah, wait for
Councilman.
her to
Just wait for, and you have any
Want me to
questions?
repeat it?
I heard you. I'm just going to write down your questions. You can repeat it again, sure.
So the property owners can build today. Make their plan, go to the planning board, apply for their variances, hopefully they're not granted or they're not too egregious, and build within the context of the Amboy Avenue redevelopment plan. So what are the advantages to a developer or property owner to have their property declared in need of redevelopment?
You have any other questions?
No.
Okay, Counselor.
The answer is actually the benefit is to the municipality because it gives you more control on how the development gets completed, who completes the development, and you're actually able to enter into redevelopment agreements that control all of those aspects. So we largely do that because it gives the town council and the mayor the ability to negotiate. For instance, I'll give you the greatest example. You can now negotiate redevelopment fees, like as mentioned on item 417, from redevelopers, but you cannot get them from just somebody who has a development application. So for that reason alone, there's a huge advantage to municipalities to do that. So that's why mayors and councils all across the state look to use redevelopment as a tool because it gives you the ability to negotiate the terms of an approval that are much greater than what you would have if somebody just applied to a planning board. So that's the answer.
Okay, thank you. All right, thanks.
Yeah, and again, Sue, I plan, I know we don't speak every week, and I know you haven't
We
sent.
can, though,
I know you haven't sent flowers to my house in a long time. But, but I am open, yeah, my ship has sailed for what I thought Amboy Avenue can be. When this comes back to us, I'm willing to sit down with you and John Pointer and Dr. I think John knows most about the town and what can be done. And if there's opportunities that Mr. Renona said that can be sandwiched into this, I'm all for it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker. I'm sorry. You weren't next. You jumped in front of Mr. Pointer.
No.
He let you go? Okay, just double checking. He's wearing,
Okay, Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle. Just two items, and the one item is regarding my tax bill. I have yet to get a tax bill for August 1st, and when I called to question it, they told me to go onto the website. When I went on the website, it just has the total amount that's due August 1st with no breakdown. And I just wasn't sure, did I not get something? Or was this what everyone is just taking, that they're paying the top number with no other breakdown? 20 Netherwood Circle.
Do you have any other questions?
Yes. While sitting here, and I realize from listening to the people in Clara Barton and at a different part of the year, another part of the town would be requesting help. Is the public advocate item completely dead? Or are we ever going to realize that, as Mr. Renone said, the township will be more helpful? Well, I think we'd be even more helpful if we had a public advocate to help the different groups. It might move things along and be a little bit more protective of our residences and our areas in the township. That's my second thing.
Okay, let me get to your first question. Tax bills, has everyone received, Councilman Patil, let me just has everybody received their tax bill? Can you walk me through the tax bill and what she should have expected and what people have expected?
Estimated tax bills were mailed to all property owners. I'm not disputing that you said you did not receive it, so we've requested the tax collector look into that to explain why you have not received one.
Okay, but it's August 3rd.
Yes, so we'll get that to you. Somebody will be in touch with you tomorrow.
And for her concern, what is the difference she should expect, I mean, to pay from, she has a tax bill from last year. What more should she anticipate
Well,
on her tax bill?
the top number was a little, almost $300.
So the estimated tax bills, they were 5%.
Okay, oh,
That was the
5%.
estimate.
That's what you front-loaded it? Okay, no
Yes.
problem.
Council President, may I?
Yeah, sure.
Actually,
She just has one more question to answer for, if you could. You had the question on that, and then you also, tax bill, the public advocate. As you know, I'm not a supporter of the public advocate, and neither was the council prior to that. We have new members on the council. I hope to convince them not to.
So it's
But
not completely
if
dead.
you could certainly caucus with them to try to provide that. I don't think it's is good. So that's just my opinion, but we have 6 members.
Council President, if I can interrupt you for a second. I tried to get buy-in on the public advocate and the 6 minutes, but I haven't been able to so far, but I will keep trying for you.
That's all I want to hear. We keep trying. Thank you.
Council President, just to
Right,
answer
sure,
the
Councilman Patil has the floor.
tax bill question, I just pulled your record, it's $3,541.25. You have that number, but if you click on the view current bill, there is a button there. It will pop up the PDF document and you can see the details of that. Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, sir.
I just like Ms. Conway to make sure that she's counting properly. We tried the public advocate, and currently up here, I think myself and Mr. Patil were the only ones in favor of it. It was just enlightening to hear Councilman Kento say that he's in favor of it. But that still leaves 2 other new council people that the public hasn't approached. So if you don't approach them and they're not for it, your request is, how they call that, dead on arrival.
Thank you, Councilman Brescher. Next speaker. And in lieu of conversations, if we could later close the public portion, then make council comments. That's something we did in the past. I hope we can certainly look at in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. John Pointer, Roosevelt Boulevard. Before I begin, 3 questions to council, if I can, which may affect my statements. First question, I just want to make sure, temporary appropriations, would you have needed 4 votes for temporary appropriation or 5 votes?
5.
Could council have started the budget hearing or done the amendments after and then done a continuation at another meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Then finally, could the council have set the special meeting with 4 members present?
Could council have set, well, council can, 4 members of council could always set a special meeting. Is that the question?
Kind of, yes. So what I'm trying to get at is that with Councilman Brescher leaving on the July 20th meeting, we could have avoided a lot of hoopla that happened. We could have known that the budget hearing could have been pushed off to another meeting. We know that the council then and there could have established a special meeting after the fact.
But there weren't 4 council people here.
No, I'm saying if he had stayed.
Oh, if he had stayed, sure.
Right. So we could have avoided this whole mayor, council, administration back and forth if people just came here and did their job. And respectfully, I'm quoting you from this very podium from a couple years ago. What I am most disappointed in, and this is coming from someone that supported the reduction in speaking time and the decorum ordinance, is that Councilman Brescher's actions that night took away my ability to petition and to speak my grievances to my governing body. While you may not have enjoyed or liked what my stances were on those 2 ordinances, I never said, hey, you do not have the ability to speak to me. Always offered myself. And unfortunately, your actions that night left me unable to petition my government. I agree. The administration should have provided you a line item by line item ledger of the answers of the questions that you have. I agree. Query them, come to your decisions. and do what you must, right? But the fact is that you had residents that were here, you had residents that took time out of their day. They were not afforded the opportunity. And we as residents, that's at minimum what we should expect from our governing body, is to at least give us the opportunity to be heard. And believe me, I know that the 4-minute ordinance that I supported is going to cut my time. I get it, right? With that said, a couple questions. Last year in June, the council approved for BFJ planning to write ordinances to update our zoning. Can we get an update as to when that may be forth? Because that time frame was originally 6 months. In regards to Amboy Avenue, Jackson Avenue, one of the purposes for the repaving item last year or 2 years ago was that the substrate was in such disrepair that just constant repaving would happen over and over and over. And to the amendment of the budget, you could have just done $130,000 under the 10% threshold and not have to worry about renoticing for a new hearing. Thank you.
Council President, I know you'd like to hear everybody.
Can we answer his questions first? Or?
Not really, I'd like to,
Okay, sure.
well, because he started with me.
I know, listen, it's, listen, you want
right.
to buy into it? I mean, this is,
No, it's been really simple.
Hey.
We funded the township until the end of July. The administration chose to do it to a pay cycle. That's up to them. They could have cut separate checks. They could have put it in the system. They could have approved it, whatever it was. And to the resident that just spoke, who was our councilman here, and he was a council president, right? You understand that if we can't get the information, then you can't make an intelligent decision, right? So where I'm going is an abstain would have approved the budget at that time. So because the budget vote, if we were here, right? If it was 3-1, what would happen to the budget then?
Fails.
It would have failed. So then we would have reintroduced the budget, right? Like we were trying tonight.
You wouldn't have reintroduced it.
Why?
You would have had to reschedule it for another public hearing because the state won't allow you not to have a budget.
Right, so we would have to, right.
You would have to reschedule the public hearing and vote again.
And do the whole thing over again, because it failed.
You'd have to keep voting on the budget until you adopted one, and if you didn't adopt
But
the
if we
budget,
changed it, we were just told we had to reintroduce the whole thing, because we changed one line item by 10%.
I don't think that was his issue. His issue was you would have been able to schedule a meeting to do that, and you lost the ability to do that. I think that's the point.
The point here that I'm trying to make is that this budget would have exceeded and would have went on, and we wouldn't have done nothing. When the other council was here before these new members we had, if they would have held the administration accountable to getting all the information we needed, we wouldn't be in this mess that we're in today. So I do hold other council people accountable for it. Like I said, this council right here came the closest to ever trimming a budget, and they should be commended on that, even though it's only 0.167%. And if you were inconvenienced and you had to come back to another meeting, you being council president, right, that you made the people with the flag and everything else that we had, right, these people had to keep on coming back. So there was no consideration for them when you sat on the dais, and now you're complaining because you had to come to another meeting. Well, that's what happens at council meetings, right? It happens at planning board meetings. They have multiple meetings about this stuff on Amboy Avenue. Multiple meetings that you can go to. If one gets postponed, it gets adjourned. You know, I'll be honest with you, it's what happens to everybody in the town. Because you were a sitting councilman doesn't make you any different. Because I am a councilman doesn't make me any different. I go to meetings, they get postponed, right? They get postponed for good reasons or bad reasons. I seem to feel that my reasons were well worth to bring the spotlight to the budget that we finally had, that we actually looked at the budget, the council people here asked dozens of questions, okay? That was a good thing for this town. People are starting to wake up. News organizations are waking up. They're looking at what we're doing. We're trying to control the taxes for the town, right? I know our ex-council president also is requesting money for an organization that she belongs to. Well, if we just keep on shelling out money and we're not cutting money, we can't even cut the sand out of the beach that we're building. There are so many places that we propose cuts. We're talking $1.5 to $2.5 million that we could have easily cut, but there wasn't the stomach to make those cuts. So yet, we get requests for additional funds. I mean, at what point do we say that we're not rumpsin', okay, that we actually live on budgets here? Because I do know Edison is very affluent. By our attorney's own standpoint here, somehow we're being taxed 12% by the county because we're so affluent, we have so much money, right? So we should just get the rest.
Can we wrap up and just finish this last speaker, and you can
well,
speak again? You can speak again if you want.
I was kind of trying.
I mean, I think you did pretty good there.
All right. I'm sorry.
I think
Yes,
you.
You're very good.
Okay, good. Thank you, sir. Sir, please come.
Raj Nagarajan, Heritage Drive, Edison, New Jersey.
Welcome.
Thank you. I am very sad to be here talking to you all, okay? I'm a 26-year resident of Edison. I follow Edison, I have followed Edison politics from George Spadero's time. Okay, this is the first time I understand, right? I mean, you guys are doing an awesome job. I'm looking around, I'm looking at Woodbridge, I'm looking at Metuchen, I'm looking at Piscataway. You guys are really awesome, okay? You guys are doing a better job. Democracy lives in our town. It doesn't live in most of the other towns around us, okay? Look at the quality of life. It's really awesome, okay? And each one of you are here to do service to the public, okay? I mean, the peanuts that you get for spending hours and hours here does not compensate for the much of hard work you're putting in, okay? We all have day jobs, okay? I want to thank you all for that. And I don't think anybody should get personal about why people or the council people did not attend the budget meeting, right? What I'm very sad about is I watched budget pass, political games being played during Lanky's time, Spadero's time, every time, right? It's between council and the mayor, okay? I've never seen where the employees had to be furloughed, okay? This is the first time I'm seeing this, right? And I understand, right, that the administration gave you 2 months, budget 2 months late, but it doesn't give you an excuse to sleep for 2 months, okay? I did an interview with the mayor, right, June 1st week, a week after he submitted the budget, right, through his BA, and he was very open. He said, I'm okay if the council cuts, I don't care. And this is the same 3 to 4%, right? Lanky used to do this during his administration over and over again, and still services were cut, okay? Today, the town is much better because I have extra services for the money I pay. Okay, this 4% is not like what BOE did, right? Which is like 12% and then came down to 6%. It was not outrageous, right? You are trying to nickel and dime. You could have done this in the 60 days you had since the budget was submitted, right? I don't understand, right? Even at work, you don't put off stuff till the last minute. So I request each one of you to not find excuses, right? Because the chaos that has happened is really terrible, okay? I work with the residents in this town. I got several calls saying, hey, why did the council and, the mayor...
Stop the clock, please.
Okay, you can hear me, right?
Continue the clock, please.
Yeah. So they call me and they're like, why did the council raise the taxes by 5%? I said no, because I explained to them that the council portion is only 23 to 25%, okay? It is the BOE that raised it to 6 point whatever percent, which is 3%, right? Even if you do it at 4 something, it's just 1% more. It's 25% of the total taxes, right? There was chaos. I got several calls, and this is not needed. We don't need the news organizations coming here, right, and talking to us about it, right? Just like the flag disaster. We should be known for what is good and not what is bad. So please get your act together, right? I appreciate what all you do, and everybody now is holding the blame on the council, and that's what I'm sad about, okay? And I'm here to tell you that just work it out, because it never happened in the history of Edison, and I don't want it to happen again, right? And all of your intention is good, right? You didn't want to really have people laid off. So thank you so much for giving me the podium. And as always, I'm so proud of my council and the mayor. Thank you.
Council President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can we, anybody else that would like to speak from the?
Council President, I just want to clear something
Could we
up.
just,
real
would
quick.
you, no, there's been.
I'm gonna
Council,
forego
just point of
all
order.
my discussion
Point of order.
items.
We just have right here.
But you're gonna let him
Anybody else
leave
that
before
would like
he
to
can
speak?
correct.
Anybody else like to speak? Have motion to close the public portion.
Motion to close.
Have a second.
But then he's going to.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Second.
Second.
Okay, good. Okay. The public portion is now closed. Mr. Bresch, you have the floor.
Okay. Rajaman, I know you have a good heart. I really do. But I do believe that you get manipulated, okay? And I believe that you don't actually look at the numbers. So I'm just going to ask a question from our finance guy. The township, right now, currently, is going to raise the taxes in Edison how much this year? Percentage?
The municipal portion is 4.42%.
And how much of the total taxes is the municipal side, approximately?
About 20%.
About 20%. The county is going to raise our taxes how much?
1239.
12%.
12%. And how much of our bill is left to the county?
How much is the county?
Where's my cheat sheet?
Just under 20%.
Around 20%. The Board of Education, which everybody seems to make out as the bad guy, how much are they raising our taxes this year?
3%.
Wait, can you please repeat that number for me?
3%.
3%. So, Rajaman, like I told you, you just heard this from our financial guy. Yet I hear people running around town going 6%, 12%, blah, blah, blah. The county is 12. They're 20% of the budget. The township is 4.45 roughly, and we're like 20-something, 20% or 21%. The Board of Education is 3%.
60% of our budget.
And they're 60% of our budget, correct. So the one that lowered our taxes the least by our financial guy is the Board of Education. I was trying to bring ours down to the 3% that I was told by the mayor and council president. That's all that we were trying to do, was to reduce the taxes without affecting anybody in the town, without affecting any department. And if you listen to what we were talking about when we had the crowd here, and we just talked about, we could talk about police budget. That's just one portion, right? Police last year spent $27 million, but we approved $31 million. But now this year, we're increasing it to $33 million. Because that money that's left over, if I'm not mistaken, Sonia, that would go into, either you would transfer that, right? Or it would go into the general fund, right?
Surplus.
So into the surplus. So that money is just kind of being saved and banked. All we were talking about was reducing that a little bit, okay, without reducing any services. So to strip away the narrative that people get told, or the lie, or whatever it is to make people come to
One
read.
second, point of order. Taxes for Board of Ed were 6%, not 3%.
No,
hold on.
Council President,
Yes,
our
to Ken.
financial guy knows what he's talking about, trust me.
They're on a fiscal year, which starts July 1st. So
Our budget
their budget
goes
went
up.
up 6%. However, when you overlay it on a calendar year, it's 3%.
Right.
No, but no, I just wanted to compare apples and apples. right?
6%.
We increased the municipal budget 4.5%, and the board increased their budget 6%.
Correct.
The fact that some of it, by the way, next year, they start off with 3% before they walk out the door. So if next year they increase their budget 3%, then it'll be 6% next year, right?
Right. So this year.
So it's a 6% increase. It's not a 3. I don't know how that math doesn't math.
Wait.
It's a 6%
President,
increase.
wait, I had the
Point of
floor.
order, he has the floor. I'm sorry, I just want to correct that,
Our
Rich, that's all.
attorney is trying to
No, Rich,
confuse you now. No, wait, I
That
had
came
the
from me,
floor.
you have the floor.
He asked me.
You know, if you have the floor, it's all yours. Go ahead, Rich.
Okay. Back to Mr. DeRoberts. The residents want to know how much the Board of Ed is raising their taxes this year in our tax bill that Sonia's administration is going to send out to them. Now, our attorney, would you like to answer how much that tax
I'm going to
is
answer
go
the
up this
question.
year?
They raised the budget 6%. In theory, in theory, you're only going to pay half of that this year because you're only going to pay 2 quarters. But that's, for instance, that's like.
Well, wait, one question. I asked
No,
you a
no,
question,
let
and
me-
you gave a different answer.
No,
The
I'm
public
giving you
just
the answer.
heard that.
They raised it 6%. But what you're saying is, well, you're only going to pay 3% of it this year because there's only 2 quarters left. But they had the same budget problems that the town had, health insurance and all of those other things. No. Their budget went up 6%.
Okay, now wait, now I'm just going to step back because you're 100% wrong. Their budget was cut $10 million by Mickey Sherrill, okay?
By the way, it's Mikey Sherrill.
Well, Mikey Sherrill.
I don't know who Mickey Sherrill is, but Mikey Sherrill.
Maybe that's why she's cutting our thing. But that's why.
And by the way, that was $3 million, not $10 million.
That's why we're short.
But if you want to debate it, it was $3 million and not $10 million because $3 million is the
Right,
maximum.
They got 5 last year and they got now hit again, so they never got that back money.
You want to talk about?
From last year. Right, but where I'm going is their taxes that you're being raised this year unequivocally is only 3%. Okay, the attorney can say it's 6% for the year, all he wants, but they're not charging you for the whole year. They're only charging you for their half of the year. So your taxes in your tax bill this year only goes up 3%. If the Board of Ed, to his point, raises taxes again, then it could be 6% next year. But if the Board of Ed does a 0 next year, then their portion next year will only be 3% again next year.
And if the town does a 0 next year, does that mean this year we're only 2.2%?
No, because we're on a calendar year. Right, we're on a calendar year and they're on a fiscal year. So this is where I go with the propaganda, right? Where you try and blame an entity that your tax bill, you find it in your tax bill, you're only going to see 3% from them this year. That's all you're going to see. That's a fact. What happens next year? Who knows?
Councilman Brescher, maybe Raj can do a, instead of fireside, like a ice cold chat with you or something like that.
Oh, no.
No, you don't want to do that?
Well, I don't think they want the facts. There's facts and then there's a storyline. He's good at the storyline, I have noticed. But the facts and the numbers don't lie. So the Board of Ed is only going up 3%, again, this year in your tax bills. You can say that they're raising it 6% overall. They're on a different year. So that's all I got on that one.
Councilor,
Thank you. Oh.
Before you close, just want to make sure that everyone understand. Municipal is 27.97%, school is 53.4%, and county is 18.63%. So it's not 20%, it's not 60%. I'm giving the precise numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, we're going to move on to points of light. Thank you for the public service announcement.
We do points of light.
We're going to skip that. Okay, all right, points of light. Tomorrow is National Night Out, August 4th at Lake Papiana from 5 to 8 p.m. I may be making a special guest star appearance there, walking around. So if you want to see me and yell at me about the budget or something, feel free. We also have the summer concert, the jazz concert coming up on August 6th at the Edison Main Library from 6 to 8:30. another summer concert, the India Rock, at August 13th at Lindquist Park, 7 to 9 p.m. And we also have the summer concert of the 60s, 70s, and 80s music, August 20th at Thomas Edison Center at Menlo Park from 7 to 9 p.m. Want to take over, Joe?
Thank you very much. Moving forward, can we have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Well, what about our comments?
I thought we had enough comments tonight. You don't think so?
Well, they're listed. I mean, I think the public, they've come here for it. What do you think they're sitting there? They're not sitting there for.
They're here.
For the budget to be adopted?
No, the budget, that was done a while ago.
I mean, as a courtesy, as a courtesy, would you yield this to the next meeting, or would you like to discuss it now?
Well,
Only because it's 10 o'clock.
Right, I'll do these
I
three
think you
right
did a great
now.
job.
I could do these three right now real quick.
Okay.
If you give me a minute and a half.
Okay, well, listen, if I can start the clock?
Yeah,
Start the clock.
start the
No, I
clock.
wouldn't do that to you. 90 seconds, sure.
Okay.
Start the clock.
Polanski Park, I've talked about that numerous times at the meeting. If you notice, I put that in there, right? About the beach. So I don't think I need to talk about that. The taxes with the town, the Board of Ed and the county was tax rates that I brought up now twice during the meeting, so I don't need to talk about that. And the roads blocked by Woodrow Wilson and the barricade, from what I understand, the administration worked with the residents over there and they came to some sort of an agreement. So therefore, it's a non-issue. That would be it, Council President.
That was 25 seconds. Thank you
Wait,
very much.
I still got time.
Councilmember Dima? Councilmember Kentos?
None at this time.
Councilmember Patel?
None.
And Councilmember Patil?
I'll move it to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the courtesy. Councilmember Asaf Shmuel? No. Can I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
To adjourn.
A second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
This meeting's adjourned. Budget is.